All right, we'll call the meeting to order, the Tuesday, August 10th regular session of the San Dimas City Council. We'll stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think the city manager has a report on action taken during the closed session.
City Attorney, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
City Attorney.
Yes, thank you. The City Council met in closed session tonight to discuss the item on the closed session agenda. All the council members participated in those two discussions, including Councilmember Vienna and Mayor Badar, both by phone. The staff had a discussion with the City Council about that item, but no reportable action was taken. And that concludes the report out of the closed session.
Thank you. And pursuant to the July 17th, 2021 order from the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Health, face masks must be worn by all persons regardless of vaccination status while in the council chamber. And in addition to that, we have a temporary accommodation due to COVID as a standing accommodation to ensure participation of those with sensitivities or other risk conditions. The city is offering a nearby alternate location where individuals who desire to participate at the council meeting and would desire to wear masks, maintain 6 feet of social distancing, and ensure that those around them are also similarly protected regardless of vaccination status may watch the meeting. Such individuals will be allowed to remain in this area only if they comply with these requirements. To participate in oral communication, such individuals will be called, can proceed to the public speaking podium to address the City Council, and are able to return fully masked and socially distanced with minimal exposure to any other individuals. So we'll move on to oral communications.
Can we do a roll call before we...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
The City Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bertone.
Present.
Councilmember Ebner.
Present.
Councilmember Vienna. Mayor Pro Tem Weber.
Present.
Mayor Badar. Let the record reflect that Council members Bertone, Ebner, and Mayor Pro Tem are in attendance. Mayor Badar and Councilmember Vienna are absent.
Thank you. So move on to oral communications. Do we want to do email or in person first?
In person. First speaker is Joyce N., speaking on no parking on Dancroft.
I should also say, while you're walking up to the podium, I skipped over this part. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on or off this agenda. Public comment will not be taken during each individual agenda item, except during public hearings. Comments on public hearing items will be heard when that item is called for discussion. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to staff or set for discussion at a later date, and each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes.
Ready?
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Joyce Nemrick. I live at 711 Dancroft, and I'm here to oppose the new parking permit that's in process. I've lived in that house for 57 years, and we never had a problem with parking until they built the performance center. I know that's not the city's fault, that's the school district, but that's why a lot of people are parking on Dancroft. I personally don't have a problem with them parking in and around my house. I have more of an issue with the traffic involved in the people that are dropping off and picking up their kids. The traffic on Dancroft is terrible. I live the second house from the swim park, and they use my driveway to make their U-turns and back up. My next door neighbor, which goes to work at that time of day, can't even back out of his driveway. So that, to me, that's a bigger issue. But if they're going to do this permit, then I have a couple of things. I don't understand why it's 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. when the school time is 7:30 to 2:30. It also could use the same hours that they use in front of Lone Hill School, which is an hour and a half in the morning for drop-off and an hour and a half in the afternoon for pickup. They could do that same thing on Danecroft, which would not require any permits or anything for us as homeowners. The other thing is I don't believe we should be charged for permits if this is going to go through. Even condos and what have you give you 2 visitor permit parking. So it's, so that's it, huh?
You still have 1 more minute if you wanted to.
Okay, no, that's okay. I think I said everything I want to say. I did not sign the petition because I think that once you put something in place, it's even harder to remove it if it doesn't work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Brian Parsonage, speaking on San Dimas Little League field out. Actually, that item, do you speak to that now?
It's not a public hearing, right?
No, it's not.
So now is
Okay.
We good to go? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Brian Parsonage, board member from San Dimas Little League, and on behalf of our more than 700 community members in our organization, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. San Dimas,
Sorry, some technical difficulties. Go ahead.
we good now? San Dimas Little League is a community-based organization that has served the youth of this city since 1957. For almost 15 years, we have offered a fall ball season that runs from August through November, with practices and games being held on Sunday afternoons. We schedule our season this way to accommodate our players that participate in both San Dimas Little League and AYSO soccer, which holds their games on Saturdays. We are very proud of the instructional program we run in the fall and in the opportunity we give kids to keep playing baseball year-round while providing the chance to play in other sports at the same time. During the fall ball season, San Dimas Little League teams travel to other cities in our district, which includes Laverne, Claremont, Glendora, and Pomona, and we host teams from those leagues at our fields, all on Sunday afternoons. Our fall ball season is tentatively scheduled to begin Sunday, August 22nd. Additionally, we'll soon be meeting with our district administrator to schedule games against other leagues. The city's recently adopted field allocation policy has changed the availability of our fields at Marchant Park, Pioneer Park, and the Sportsplex. The updated field allocation plan, item 8.5, no longer allows for reserving athletic fields on Sundays, which, if enforced, will not allow San Dimas Little League to host a fall ball season this year. San Dimas Little League is requesting the City Council approve the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to suspend item 8.5 of the field allocation policy until December 31st, 2021, which would allow us to continue to offer the kids of San Dimas the opportunity to have a fall ball baseball season. We appreciate your cooperation and effort both staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission have placed in this matter. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Arlene Hall, speaking on parking signs.
Good evening. I'm sympathetic to the residents who live on Benwood, but I don't know that it has been even thought about. The people who are on Cypress, the problem would be shifted from Benwood to Cypress because the high school students would have no other place to be parking. So I think this is a consideration that needs to be made. If it does go through, I do not like the parking hours. I don't think that we're going to be punished enough. I don't think that we need to be punishing ourselves anymore with the parking from 8 in the morning to 5. I think that's all I have because Joyce already covered the other part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sean C., speaking on housing bills and the parking permit item.
Good evening, City Council and members of the audience. This weekend, I attended a massive 1,100-person Zoom Stop SB9 and SB10 statewide town hall. The speakers of the town hall included Rolling Hills Mayor Beatrice Derringer, Dan Carrig of the Renee Public Policy Group, Maria and Jeff Kelbane of United Neighbors, community activist Lynetta McElroy from Leimert Park, former Assemblywoman and San Fernando Councilwoman City Montanez, and community organizer Sharon Byrne. So far, there's been a massive effort in calling and emailing Assembly members while they are currently in their district offices during their recess. Both state legislative offices return to the Capitol on August 16th. SB 10 is on the Assembly floor waiting for a vote, so I urge everyone watching the meeting and in the council chambers to email and call Assemblyman Holden's office to oppose SB 9 and 10. Lastly, this has been a long time coming for us in Villa Verde near the Antonovich Trail. Prior to 2015, we've had issues with Antonovich trail goers coming up to our street. Back when Larry Stevens was the assistant city manager, he did absolutely nothing to help us with our issue, not researching the other alternatives to parking around the Antonovich Trail. He only really wanted the money from Antonovich's office since he was leaving office. Luckily, with the help of Councilman Vienna and Public Works Director at the time, Krishna, we got parking right before the 57 freeway on San Dimas Avenue. In 2020, during the pandemic, this issue came back again with the trail goers parking on our street, leaving trash, even having a picnic on one of our neighbors' lawns. Long story short, gentlemen, we expect to see a 3-0-0 vote. We also, the neighbors of Villa Verde, stand in solidarity with Dan Daniel and Dave Milbrandt and the residents of Danecroft, Benbow, and Benwood. I urge the council to pass both permit parking districts. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That completes all of the speaker cards that were turned in, unless there are members of the audience that still would like to come up.
Mayor and council and audience, my name is Carl Flores. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm the new acting assistant chief for Los Angeles County Fire and your local representative also. So again, I wanted to introduce myself and welcome you and be of service to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very nice to meet you.
Hello, my name is Dave Milbrandt, and I live in the Danecroft, Benwood, Benbow neighborhood. I wanted to come to speak tonight about the parking situation, the parking permit process there. I want to thank the city staff who worked very hard and the city council members who supported that as well. I agree with our neighbors that have complained about some of the concerns about costs of the program. I know that I'm not pleased with it, but it's a compromise that is an acceptable one to make for the benefits we'll receive with a parking permit program. The problem has been increasing in severity since the Performing Arts Center has been put into the neighborhood there. It's a good center, trust me. I have my own affiliations because of my connection with the high school and support the Performing Arts Center. But it has caused some concern regarding parking, drop-off, and other activity that have gone on there. So we would encourage the City Council to take the preponderance of the evidence and concerns that we have to support the measure and to support it with a 3-0 vote. And also we would request as well signage to be placed in the neighborhood as soon as possible because we have students coming back that need to be trained in the proper procedures of the parking permits that will be there. Some temporary signage before some permanent signage would go in would be greatly appreciated sadly say about in the next week or so, because students are going to start to come back in next week for registration and so forth. Again, it's not a perfect solution, but it's one we can live with and one I think that'll benefit the residents there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
There was one.
We got one more in person, it looks like.
Promise I won't take 3 minutes. So I want to thank you guys and Sherry and her staff for the parking permit issue we've been dealing with for quite a while. They've done an amazing job. We've had a lot of conversations going back and forth. We're still learning a lot about it. Hopefully they're learning from us. We've learned from them. I think we've got it nailed down. So when we do the next one, if you need to do a next one, we've worked out a lot of the bugs ahead of time. I agree with my neighbors, and frankly, we would have gotten a lot more votes had the permits not been charged to the neighbors. The neighbors, even the ones that agreed, generally have said, look, we don't feel we should have to pay for parking in front of our own houses because of something the school has done. And I know the board members have brought it up as well. The fee is nominal, but it's still a fee, and it's still kind of a stick in the side because this isn't a problem we created, it's a problem they created, and we're the ones paying for it. So I know we can't stop that now because it is what it is, but if there's a way to fix that or mitigate that in the future and share the costs at least, that's something you should think about not only with us, but with everybody. If the problem's being solved by a source outside of the neighborhood, they should bear the burden of the cost, not the neighborhood. It's just not right. And we did also at the last Traffic Safety Committee meeting ask for some temporary non-enforceable signs, just kind of as reminders, and then also ask for 2 additional signs for Cypress asking for no school drop-off, and have asked the staff to get with the school to lock that side gate at Lone Hill Middle School to also eliminate the middle school from dropping kids off in the neighborhood. And of course, the new school administrators can hopefully communicate that to the students that, you know, we want to be good neighbors to each other, and that's just not the best way to do it. And with the Via Verde thing, because it did come up at the Traffic Safety Committee meeting, I don't think the city council should allow the group of houses that don't want to be part of the parking permit program to exclude themselves from it. We all knew the rules going in. We knew what we had to get vote-wise. And because they don't like the results, they're asking to be excluded. I just think it sends a bad message to everybody, but particularly to our kids. What are we telling our kids? You don't like the results? Just change the rules at the end of the game. So that's it. Thank you. Sherry, thank you. All right, guys, have a great day. Patriots hockey. They have a game coming up. I still got 30 seconds. I might as well use it. They've got a charity game coming up October 22nd out in Ontario with the Ontario Reign. They play after Patriots hockey. I'm sure some of you know about it. It's a military team made up of veterans who play hockey together. So great charity. If you want to come out, find me. I know a guy. He's selling tickets. So, all right.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Guys.
Thank you, sir.
We did have one public comment email that was sent in by Betty Jean Lamb in support of restoration of second floors in the historic Old Town buildings.
All right. We'll move on to the consent calendar. I think the city attorney had a quick report on one of the items on the consent calendar.
Yes, thank you. This is a statement that's required to be made under the Brown Act regarding item number 6 on the agenda. Item number 6 is an amendment to the city manager's employment agreement to provide the same annual cost of living salary increase that has been granted to all the other city employees for the city of San Dimas, this year being a 2.2% cost of living increase, and also to provide a 5% increase equivalent to the step increase that is received by other city employees upon a satisfactory 6-month performance review. The recommendation, if the council finds this to be acceptable, is to adopt.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I had a comment on the minutes. So on the consent calendar tonight is the approval of 42 minutes for 42 meetings. We're trying to catch up, and we need to have that legal record. So we got behind on the regular type of minutes we used to do, which is the summary, I'll call them summary, discussion summary meeting minutes, and included the action items, of course, what happened on the actions. I want to catch up on the minutes, and I think the action item minutes are a good idea. It reminds me of the DPRB, and I think maybe the Planning Commission have that kind of thing where you'll have a summary, an action summary, and then later on, the minutes, usually before the next meeting, will be there that give the blow-by-blow, or at least a summary of what went into the decisions that were made. With the action item, essentially it just says what the motion was, what the second was, and what the vote was, who opposed if there was an opposition. And you don't get any sense of what the mind of the council was. Now, granted, you could go to the video nowadays and look at that, but that's very inconvenient in my opinion. So I would like to continue to have a discussion summary. So in the ideal world, I'd like to have a discussion summary of the minutes, of all the minutes. As a compromise or a halfway measure, I'm willing to vote for the action item, the action summary minutes. However, I was wondering if we could have a provision or a policy where after we see that at a particular meeting and we see something on there and say it's the ARCO remodel with the liquor license, or SP11, or it's the 299 Foothill, any of these items that a particular council member feels the public would benefit from knowing a little bit more about it other than just the vote. If a council member could request that we get some summary minutes or some kind of more detail. I mean, it could be a transcript, I suppose. I don't think it needs to be that detailed, but I would like to offer that as an idea. I don't know if we need to have that as a agenda item or just kind of say that maybe that's what we could do now, if we wanted to. I'd like to catch up on some of the summary minutes too, because in the past year there were a lot of heavyweight items on the agenda, I think, and from the action summaries, you have no idea what went on in the meeting.
I think that's something that the council could do right now. You wouldn't, you could adopt a formal policy if you wanted to, but I think just right now, you could request, if you see a minutes on the agenda, when that item comes up on the consent calendar, you could request staff to go back and add some more elaboration onto a certain part.
Okay, for my part, so as not to weigh staff down with a whole bunch of items that I would like, because I went through all of them, and there are probably 30 items I'd like to see summaries on. I'll maybe do that like next meeting and feed a couple at a time or something like that, or bring them up, and then if the council agrees that we could do that, then we'll work with Deborah and Chris on what the best way of getting those out there. The other thing, and Chris, you might have a comment on this, is that we have the public, the other thing that I think is a deficiency in the action summary is that we have public hearings, and we have speakers at the public hearings, and we're told, the speakers are told, your comments are going to be on the record. And my question is, where? The public speakers are not listed. What they said is not listed. And again, granted, they could go to the video, but I believe we need a written, not just a video, but a written record of the public speakers in public hearings.
So you would like a more thorough way of presenting the minutes?
Yes, and I'm trying to be reasonable where I'm not going to say, well, I like it the way it's always been, or traditionally where we've had the summary. I'm not opposed to, having just the action item summary and no discussion summary on some of the smaller items, like say the consent calendar, that kind of thing. But anyway, just in general, yes. And I'm not trying to say, let's go back and do the summary minutes. We need to keep up with the action summary only so that we can stay on top of the minutes and have that legal record. I'm just saying some additional detail needs to be had.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Pro Tem. When I arrived, I know we were behind on the minutes and we were trying to get ahead of them. Unfortunately, we were so far behind that the public didn't have a history of the actions that were taken by the council, and the only way to really identify that would be by going back to the video. And you're correct, going through a 6-hour meeting to figure out what did the council mean by that action and what did they intend becomes challenging. The action-only minutes are intended to meet the minimum legal requirement of the Brown Act in documenting our minutes in the government code, so that people know at the next meeting, the council last meeting voted 5-0 to approve a specific item. That's great. They need to know that. They could see that from the video, but it's easier to see it in a minute. Doing a summary provides more context, and I think when the summary is done well, you can understand the essence of the discussion and what were the countervailing policy items that the council was grappling with or that the public was concerned about. The challenge with that becomes when you do that across every item on the agenda, for every agenda item, it becomes challenging to be able to properly capture that essence when you balance it with the amount of time it would take to provide that level of detail. And what you'll start to see, like what we've had to do, you know, the city manager made a presentation, you'll see the city manager made a presentation. You don't see what did Chris say during his presentation, because there's a PowerPoint, you can look at the PowerPoint. And so I think where the real value, I think there's a middle ground. On the vendor warrants, you know, you're not typically going to ask for blow-by-blows. Nobody really speaks to those. On smaller items, maybe the website contract that's on the consent calendar, or other items that there's not really a large-scale public interest or council policy deliberation occurring, sure, we can make the comments made there, but what you're really looking at in this agenda, where most of the people are looking towards, are, you know, parking permit program, 299 Foothill redistricting, and only depending on what the context is of those items. And so what the compromise could be is we approve action-only minutes so that we can get that on the next agenda and that we could document and formalize, this is what council did at the last meeting, and there's very little delay between the action and reporting the action. And then identify, and it could be at the next meeting, or it could be as needed by the council, what items are you looking for a discussion history where you do want a more detailed summary that we can then direct staff to provide that detailed summary and put them together with the minutes, but instead of approving them as official minutes, acknowledging the creation as being the essence of the meeting and attaching it to the minute packet, but the minutes that are actions or the legal minimum become the official minutes. But anybody who may have a desire to look at the history on redistricting, because you asked for a discussion history, could see that in that minute packet and go, aha, here are 6 pages of summary comments that were talked about, more detailed than you would find if we did the entire minute document every meeting the same way from start to finish. I think it adds more value to the council and to the public to have those specific items be in more detail. Yep. And so the hope would be we don't end up with 12 agenda items today and 12, we would like to have 12 agenda items have a discussion history at the next meeting, and then that happens. It would rather be we have 12 items today. There are 4 that we believe we really need a more detailed history. Could you integrate that? If you can do it before the minutes are approved, that's great, but if you have to wait another meeting, that's okay too. That's what
I'm okay with. I'm okay with that, Chris. And context, I like that word. That's the word you use. That word in context is what we're looking for. But I mean, you could run the gamut. The housing element. I mean, we have a public hearing, and actually no action is taken so far anyway, and yet people have spoke on different sides of that issue and offered opinions. The council has, and yet, you know, we don't have anything really except that we had it on our agenda and the public spoke, and that's, so you don't really get anything out of that. So yeah, but I'm okay with that, and I'll try to be judicious in the minutes that I want, or the items that I want to have more detail. And some of them go back literally to the beginning of 2020, because that's the ones we're approving right now that don't have the summaries. And so, but I'm okay with what you were suggesting, and we'll see what we can do.
If we can give that a try, if that's what you like, yeah. I think let's see how that works, and we could always adjust as we do this, but at least we're meeting the legal minimum and we're approving those minutes on a timely fashion. The rest is just value add on top of that.
If there are no other comments about that, I would move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
We need to have a reading of the ordinance for item number 5, if the city clerk could do that. The title of the ordinance.
Ordinance 1289, Municipal Code Text Amendment 21-001. Consideration of a municipal code text amendment to amend Chapter 18.140 CG Creative Growth Zone to allow formerly established second-floor residential units in the CG2 Frontier Village area as a conditional use.
I guess move for further reading and introduce. Adopt.
Now, since the entire council's not here, do we want to do a roll call vote, or are we okay with just a roll call? Okay.
Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner? Councilmember Vienna is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Weber?
Yes.
And Mayor Bedar is absent. That passes with a 3-0 vote.
And on that note, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, just as a note for the rest of the agenda tonight, there is a state government code section that says that to adopt any ordinance or resolution, it has to be adopted by a majority of the entire council, not just the majority of the members who are present. So that means to adopt any ordinance or resolution tonight, it will require 3 votes.
Okay. We'll roll into a public hearing, discussion and consideration of approval of the following application requests for the property located at 299 East Foothill, APN 8665-008-017. We'll open the public hearing. Do we have a staff I'm sorry. Do we do staff presentation and then open the public hearing?
Yes, let's
My
first-
mistake.
Let's not open the public hearing just yet. Let's do
Okay.
first the staff introduction to where we are, and then we can open the public hearing, and the first up would be an applicant wishing to address the council.
Sounds good to me.
Good evening, Council. Previously, on July 13th, 2021, the City Council did hear this item. All the council members were present except for Council Member Weber. At the time of the meeting, it appeared that there was a split decision of 2-2. The council decided to continue the meeting to allow Council Member Weber to hear the item and review all the documentation presented at the July 13th, 2021 meeting. Since then, it's my understanding that Councilmember Weber has reviewed all the staff reports, the documents, and the videos. And the meeting was reheld on July 27th. At that time, there was a motion to continue the item to today's meeting. And today we're back to present the item again if needed. But we are opening it, my understanding, back up to the public to allow the applicant to speak. And that's all I have.
Anything else from staff?
No, I think that was a good summary. The council's not required to reopen the public hearing because we have already closed it, but we have received a request from the applicant to speak tonight, so the council could reopen the public hearing to allow the applicant and the public to speak.
And I just want to acknowledge, because I know Marco mentioned it, but it needs to come actually from you, Mr. Weber, that because you missed that first meeting, that you had watched the videos, looked at the documents, and acknowledged that you're fully prepared to be able to make a decision.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Have the applicant give their presentation. Are you okay with a 15-minute-ish time slot?
I believe so.
Okay, and we can revisit it if you feel like you need more time as well.
Marco, do you have that little clicker? Good evening, Council. Again, my name is Steve Hunter. I'm with Land Design Consultants. I'm a representative for the applicant. Again, I'd like to thank the Council for giving us the opportunity to speak again tonight. I do want to talk a little bit about the history of the project. Most of the Council is still here. Some of the Council members weren't here for the very first hearing. But as this project made its way through public hearings, through 2 Planning Commission hearings and the first City Council hearing in 2019, it was pretty clear when we came to the hearing that the Council was divided on how to handle the runoff from the park onto the site, and if we were to build an on-site debris basin or an off-site debris basin. What was very clear at that 2019 hearing, there was a discussion between the council, staff, and the city attorney on how the council could direct the applicant and staff how to proceed. But what we did come away from that hearing in 2019 was clear that the council wanted whatever debris basins on-site or off-site to be designed to county standards to county maintenance. There were several property owners at the time that spoke at all the hearings with the Planning Commission and the City Council. Nobody was opposed to the project. Nobody was opposed to a debris basin on site, including the council members. This project has always had a debris basin as part of its application, except in 2019, the applicant was proposing a privately maintained debris basin. In saying all that, we, as the council is aware of, in July of this year, we came to the council. It was clear the council is still split on how do we handle the drainage associated with the park, the impacts on the adjacent community, and this proposed development. We did ask for continuance to continue to try to come up with options on how to do that. It's very clear on the original application that came back to the council on July 13th, the applicant met his burden of proof, provided a county-maintained debris basin on site. We had worked with staff. We extended a spillway and a drainage structure up until the park to divert that water into our debris basin. But it was clear again at that hearing that we had a divided council on how they wanted to address this. It was clear that the council wanted the applicant to look again at the park site, how to address the drainage. It was clear that some of the council members wanted the applicant to build a debris basin on the park. Land he doesn't own, land he does not control. But in saying that, we asked for the continuance, we met with staff, and we came up with several different opportunities or solutions for the council to look at and consider in conjunction with approving the project that's before the council today with an on-site debris basin. In saying that, this is one alternative where we try to minimize any impacts to the park. We know that there's concerns with some members of the community about building debris basins and putting in the park, and we have a lot of homeowners in the area that want to see the debris basins on the park because the runoff from this site drains onto their property and historic. Several of those neighbors have impacts with stormwater and mud flow, both on the Longhorn subdivisions and on the Maverick subdivisions. In this alternative, we do still build. Sorry, Marco, on the pointer, the button. Am I like pressing the wrong one? Anyway, what we're proposing in this alternative is to build a county-maintained debris basin on site, single basis solution with extending the spillway farther up onto the site to intercept the flow that flows onto the adjacent development, and to put a berm, and a concrete channel, very similar to the solution that the park did themselves when they designed the park in 1997. Between that and 1999, when they built the improvements on the east side of the park, they put in a concrete drainage system instead of a debris basin to direct the flow away from the improvements down, and connected it to the county channel, assuming that that inlet structure was inundated by debris flow. The city would just have to clean up the park. So in the first option and solution, this is to do the same thing that the city built on the adjacent watershed. The adjacent watershed is 15 acres. This watershed is 10.7. So that watershed has a third more debris potential than this site does. So in this solution, we divert the debris flow to come down into concrete channels, into a 42-inch pipe, and then discharge into the county's channel. That's one option. It minimizes the impact to the park, no debris basins. It protects the existing homeowners from any debris inundation on the Longhorn or Maverick track. Then the next solution is a little more impactful to the park. It's what I consider, and what we've said before, is a two-basin solution. A county-maintained debris basin on the park, and a county-maintained debris basin on site. It's a 4,000-yard debris basin on the park, a 2,000-yard debris basin on site. It would impact about 8/10 of an acre of the park. In this way, there's no issue with debris flow, no impact to the park, simply collects the debris, it's maintained by the county. Again, on this alternative, we extend the spillway up so that we extend it to the point where the existing flow that comes off the park that drains in this direction onto that adjacent community, we intercept the flow and take it into the debris basin. At this point, that could actually be closed, no water, no debris flow impacting these homeowners. We can also, as the city's already built a sound berm in here, that sound berm can be modified through this section to make sure that no debris, no storm water flows in that direction. Easy solution. Both of these, in my opinion, are minimal impacts to the park. Obviously, the fourth solution, which is already in your package, it's a two debris basin solution up here. This is not something that we propose because it still requires a third debris basin to be built on site. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense to make this applicant burden to solve the problem that exists within the park that affects this adjacent community. We understand that we're asking for development here. We're asking for a zone change and a general plan amendment. That means we have to provide a benefit to the city. Clearly, these other two options, if directed by this council, that we would ask the council to direct staff and the applicant to come back with a specific direction that the council would like to see to solve this problem. Again, we believe the applicant is well exceeding his burden to have to solve this problem. City may disagree, but we believe that this drainage emitting from this 10-acre watershed and a 5-acre watershed here is not this applicant's responsibility, but for him to develop this property, he has to help solve this problem. So we're hoping the council will give us direction, one of three things: either approve the project before the council with conditions to whatever modifications they want to further extend the spillway up to intercept all the water that impacts these neighbors, modify the berm here so no water or debris will flow this way. It'll flow down into this debris basin. As one option, obviously that would be the option we would prefer. We would get an approval tonight. Or one of these other two options that direct staff to evaluate this, direct the applicant to come back with this, or this option. The applicant's happy to do either one. I think this resolves a lot of the existing community's problems. In this photograph, you'll see here, this is the concrete drain that the city built from this watershed here, 15 acres, to protect all these improvements. Most of this water and mud's coming off the site does not protect any of these improvements, but our proposal does a very similar thing in Proposal 1. It collects all the debris, including the debris that today could inundate the existing improvements, not protected by these improvements. That berm and channel would protect all these improvements down here, direct any debris flow. Similar to this, it would allow the debris to settle out in this part of the park before it got into the concrete drain. Most of the storm water would come into a pipe here and discharge into the channel here. Just like the existing system within the park, if there is a major condition by this whole watershed is burnt out and we have a 100-year storm coming in here, this system will be inundated, this pipe will not handle the debris flow, and you'll end up with debris deposition on the park. Similar to this is an 18-inch pipe here that grows to a 42-inch pipe here. We're proposing a larger concrete channel here, 5 feet wide, 2 feet deep, with an 8-foot berm here. It would carry any debris flow or storm flow into a 42-inch pipe, and some of that debris and storm water would end up in the channel. Again, in this system, if you had that same condition that happened here, whole watershed burnt out by major rainstorms, this system in itself would still be inundated. Not as quick as this system, but it would still be inundated. This is a picture of, it's a 4-foot wide, about 18-inch deep concrete channel that is designed to handle about 6,000 cubic yards of debris. More debris than what are adjacent is about 4,000 yards here. Again, that's a 15-acre watershed. This is a 10-acre. This is where all that is collected into a pipe here from this ditch. This whole watershed here protects all the improvements on that side of the park. This is what it drains into, narrows down. Again, this is a picture that before all those improvements in the park were built. You can see that in this area right here, there's a structure here, horse riding arenas here, all the structures on the park. Even as the water flowed here, this part of the project or property was not inundated by mud flow. There still was a 5-foot area along here with a 3-foot concrete ditch. This is the area that before, which is an 18-foot strip of land that is owned by the park that the Equestrian Center for 25 years had occupied. Horse riding rings here, storage of trailers, more horse ridings here. So back in those days, this site was not inundated with debris flow. A little larger picture historically there of our site. This is the adjacent development when it was approved. This is the natural drainage coming in this direction. It was picked up at this point. Some of the flow went this way. Some of the flow was in this way. When this project was approved, that drain was intended to be inside the subdivision, not outside. That was somehow modified sometime. Again, there is the sound berm that could be modified. I think the berm also deflects debris flow, but that's a difference of opinion. So we're hoping tonight that we can either get an approved project with some specified conditions, or the council gives direction to staff and the applicant what they believe is a solution for the park, a solution for the homeowners. Again, I mean, none of these homeowners through the process until July had any concerns or issues with an on-site debris basin. That came up by one of these property owners here, Sam Vienna, who simply now opposes any debris basin here and is requesting that debris basins be built on the park that the applicant doesn't own. But I think with the help of the council, we can come up with some solutions that minimizes the impacts to the park, or comes up with a solution that we build a debris basin on the park here, roughly 0.8 of an acre, and build a debris basin on site for 2,000 cubic yards, because that's what's going to be required if this debris basin is built to handle this debris. So we're hoping we can get an approved project tonight, or we can get direction, clear direction from the council, what they want the applicant to do, and direct staff to work with the applicant to come up with one of these solutions.
Would you have two entrances to the project? Would you have two entrances to the project?
Two entrances into our project?
Yes.
Well, this project always has a single access off of Foothill Boulevard and is building a public street here.
That's it.
In this particular application, sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button. In this proposal with the reduced debris basin would allow for 17 homes here. With the larger debris basin, county maintained on site would be 15 units, but it is single access for that number of units. Access and maintenance to the debris basin would be in this direction from the site. Again, county maintained debris basin in this location. Most likely the extended spillway would not be maintained by the county, would have to be maintained by the city.
Mr. Hunter, what is the difference to the debris basin on site between the two plans where you have the diversion ditch you're talking about and the 0.8 of an acre debris basin?
In both scenarios, this is a reduced debris basin that would be required to be sized to about 2,000 cubic yards.
So it would be 2,000 cubic yards on site, regardless of which of those other options was done.
Yeah, any improvements onto the park, debris basins or berm alternative would still require debris basin on site of 2,000 cubic yards. The original application that came before the council in 2019 had a 2,500 cubic yard debris basin and debris channel here. That's when it was clear to us that the city wanted a county-maintained debris basin. So again, 2,000 cubic yards, and this would be a 4,000 cubic yard. This 10-acre watershed generates a little over 3,900 yards of debris, potential debris flow. This watershed is a smaller watershed. This is a different debris zone in here. This would only require about 2,000 yards. In the other solution, it would be the same. 2,000 yard debris basin. We would handle this part of the park, and this is, I think, some of the main concerns of these homeowners, is that from their perspective, there's a public health and safety issue where stormwater and debris flow from this watershed goes down Maverick, impacts their homes. This watershed here comes through this area. This homeowner over here has had his pool filled with silt and mud, and this homeowner has also been impacted. He's now a new owner. I don't think the new owner in the last year has experienced any major damage, but the prior owner certainly has. So their concerns with only having a debris basin here is this is not mitigated in helping their situation. Again, this is an upstream problem from us. Our burden of proof is to develop a storm system that protects this development and any downstream property owners from flood hazard. We did that. That doesn't solve these homeowners' problems or any effect that these two storms would affect any portions of the park or the off-site homeowners. But given what we heard from the council, these are two options that do two things. One, minimizes impacts to the park. It gives these homeowners the assurances that these debris flows are being redirected in this direction into the storm channel, and that this is a smaller debris basin. I mean, up until the hearing on the 13th, we never heard from a single homeowner that they had an issue with an on-site debris basin, or from the council of that fact from 2019. That was the first time we heard that there was any major issues to any debris basin on site. There's no problem with debris basins within subdivisions. You know, we do our best to landscape around them. They're storm improvements. They're intended to protect the public from storm flows and mud flows. All hillside developments that are designed today have debris basins. This is not a unique situation. It's only unique because part of the development was developed before 1980, 1981, where debris basins became a requirement of developing in the hillsides. So I think we've come up to a solution, and we would hope that we've got either council approve our project or clearly direct us on which way they would like to see us go. Because we really don't want to bounce around and make the decision on our own, then come back to the council and say, well, that's not really what we wanted.
Can I ask you some of the concerns that I heard from residents that immediately backed up to the on-site debris basin was the height of the berm. With the reduction in size from, if I'm understanding correctly, 2,500 to 2,000, would there be a reduction in height on that
We
basin?
did reduce the height of the basin by about 1.5 feet on this scenario. I mean, we could, I guess I'm having technical difficulties here. We did lower the berm height of this solution. We could have probably put 18 lots in here if we kept this thing as deep as we had it before, but we understand the issue there.
So you lowered it, can you tell us from what to what?
We've lowered it about a little over a foot in this direction, kept the basin so it's not as deep, because they also complained how deep the basin would be. So it's slightly shallower. It's a much smaller basin of 2,000 instead of 6,000 cubic yards. We occupied this additional space right here, handled 4,000 cubic yards, and the reason was that is this part of the basin was deeper. It's a little shallower. We'll work on the berm area right here. I mean, before that, there was a structure here, well taller than the berm. There was no issue with the structure. So I'm not really sure what the issue is here, other than the fact that he just doesn't want a debris basin here. He wants it on the park.
So how tall was the berm, and how tall is it in this plan?
The berm was about 8 feet tall before, so it'll be about 7 feet, maybe a little bit lower on this adjusted plan. It's a 6-foot wall there. There's a 5-foot separation. I mean, we're happy for the homeowner in that 5 feet because to plant some trees outside of the slope here, because the county won't let us do that. We'll be happy to try to plant some additional trees in this area. Our only problem here is that trying to move the debris basin farther in this direction only means we got to divert the flow farther over into the debris basin. You know, we want to try to maintain a relative path for this debris to want to follow. We don't want to force it to make this U-turn into the basin. But we will work with staff to move this berm here as far over as we can, lower the berm. That's why this basin is elongated, 2,000 yards, rather than me trying to squeeze an 18 lot in here and make this a deeper debris basin. We're trying to resolve all the issues that we heard from the last hearing and from the homeowners. We certainly want to make the city happy, we want to make the homeowners happy.
Okay.
I have another question about the difference, in your opinion, or your engineer's opinion, on, up in the park, the diversion ditch versus the debris basin up there. What is the benefit, what is the difference for the city or the neighbors of the debris basin as opposed to the ditch?
Well, in these two issues, this is a fairly substantial structure. It will carry all the storm water into the pipe and into here. It's when, in most of the debris volume will carry through the system, trying to design this to a 5% slope in the pipe, which is debris carrying. But clearly, for the park's perspective, we pick up debris from this watershed that's not ours. It clearly runs in this direction that would inundate the park. This does improve improvements and protects this part of the park, which today, a debris basin here would not protect this part of the park because this is a different watershed. But this drain does pick up, this concrete drain picks up most of that. What long-term effect of the park is if and when we have that major occurrence, we have 6,000 yards of debris coming down, or in this case 4,000 yards of debris coming from this direction, this system, like this system, would be inundated. If that kind of debris flow came out, you would have debris deposition that would come out in this area. At some point, that debris deposition would plug the inlet, and then you would have debris that would end up spilling out. At some point, that debris deposition would come down into the park and have to be cleaned up. And the other option, this part of the park still would have debris inundation from the adjacent watershed, but this would pick up all the storm water and debris flow in the basin. That would be if that's what the city, we did hear that at least one of the council members last time basically indicated they'd rather not have a debris basin on site, and that if and when the city had to do a cleanup, that seemed to be a better option. That's why we came up with this alternative, is no debris basin. It provides quite a bit of storm protection. It diverts any debris flow. It diverts any storm flow from that drainage around the park improvements, keeps that storm water from entering and affecting these homeowners, and puts it into the channel at that location. Again, if and when you have a major fire that burns out the watershed followed by a major rainstorm, which is what the county predicts would occur if that ever happens, and that much debris came down at one time, which is most likely unlikely, but is possible, theoretically is possible, that this would be inundated and there'd be some park cleanup. How many times over 50 to 100 years would the city have to do that? I don't think anybody could really predict that. This solution is just a debris basin. We would never have to worry about that, but you would still have, under that condition, you would still have all of this part of the park would be inundated with debris and silt from the adjacent watershed. So one provides what the homeowners are asking for, and one of the council member was asking for, is put a debris basin on the park. It protects the homeowners here. It protects this part of the park. In this part of the park, it may protect part of the dog park here, but clearly this would be inundated someday if theoretically that ever happened. And again, we came up with this solution because we heard from the council, a lot of council members did not want debris basins on the park. This has nothing to do to protect the applicant's project. This is simply to come up with a solution within the park and the adjacent community. We would build the on-site debris basin here that provides the benefit to this and the benefit to the city on Foothill and any downstream property owners that would ever be affected theoretically if we had this storm flow that came down through the property onto Foothill Boulevard. I mean, this is why we're hoping for the continuance, that we can further the dialogue. We did discuss this with staff. I'm not sure we got an outright approval from staff, but we certainly got, it looks like it will work. I think there was some concerns from staff that what would the county think, but all these improvements would be maintained by the city. The county would have no involvement except for an encroachment permit and a connection permit to the channel here. I think what the county would be concerned about is if and when this happens, how much of that debris, if all of that debris, deposition retains itself on the park. There's a lot of areas that's going to hold debris back during that condition, including into these fields in here. The county may have some concerns about would any of that debris spill over into this part of the county system. I mean, that would be a logical concern the county might have. Theoretically, could that debris deposition ever enter the county system down there? It's probably unlikely. Is it possible? Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Also, I'd like to reserve a little time if there's any homeowners that speak tonight, that at least we have an opportunity to respond to that.
Absolutely. We'll give you a time period to rebut any comments.
Thank you.
All right. Any other oral communications regarding this public hearing? Give anybody willing to speak 3 minutes on this public hearing item?
Mayor Pro Tem Weber, there was an email that was submitted by Betty Jean Lamb. Districts, housing development.
Well,
I'm sorry, that was another item.
Deborah, she did submit an email also. She had stated that she was in favor of a debris basin on the city park, that she felt that it was something that would benefit the developer and the city, so it'd be a two-part.
Okay.
And any other written communications that the city received for this item will be made part of the record.
Perfect. All right. Hearing no other in-person speakers, any comments?
well, there's a lot of information given. Obviously, I can't make a decision on that presentation. I'd have to see this in writing. And actually, I'd have to get staff's input in it to make a valid decision. If staff thinks it's worthwhile and they want to investigate it, that's fine with me, but that would be up to staff's feelings about it.
Is the public hearing closed right now, or are we still, we still got it open?
I should close that.
Okay, I didn't know if we were keeping it open. There's some interesting ideas there. I mean, it's just trying to keep an open mind about things. The idea of that concrete channel, and obviously that would have an impact on the park. It sounds a little bit like what we were talking about, or the council members have talked about in staff, because some have said, oh, we need to solve a problem up in the park anyway. So I've heard that over the years, actually, about that. And heretofore, it's been a big debris basin up there that is the thing that would have solved that. This is a different idea that if we were to do this on our own, maybe this is something we would do. I think the developer is offering to do it just to try to get solve a problem that was expressed and doesn't necessarily, I don't know if it affects his project or not. Maybe it prevents some debris from going down that swale, this sort of a natural swale. But anyway, so, at some point I'd be interested in that. I'm not sure if it's in conjunction with this project or not. The other thing I was wondering about is if whatever we did, whether it was that kind of channel or a debris basin, if there would be a way, I'm sure there is, to engineer it so that a certain amount of water, like the first X number of cubic feet or whatever it is, would be able to get through a gate of some kind and be metered so that that swale would, not a flood, but that swale would still have some natural flow in it, the kind of flow that would basically soak into the ground, and that the meter would then, and of course our engineers would know what that would be, after a certain flow, a gate would automatically close so that no more water would go into that swale. So I'd be interested in that aspect of it if we did either a basin or a concrete ditch. That's about all I have to say for now.
I guess my thoughts on the whole project, we're kind of left out, and I apologize to the applicant because that may have provided some additional insight as to what our thoughts were as far as the council goes. But I wasn't there at the last meeting, so I do apologize for that. But just to give a little background, when this got agendized and had the debris basin completely on the site, I was a little taken aback since the last meeting that I remembered having, and keeping in mind that I came into this whole project kind of, I don't know, in the middle, towards the end. I don't even know what you want to call it. It's been being worked on for a while. So the last I remembered us sending it off was there was an appetite to look at putting the debris basin up on the parkland, and the understanding that I had at that point was that at certain times in this project, both the applicant and their engineers and the city staff and our engineers were in agreement that that was the appropriate place to put the basin. So, being that it's changing now, I'm a little confused. I'm not opposed to any of these options, but of course, like Dennis was saying, that we certainly need to vet this idea out. I think staff, maybe Henry can shed some light on this. The proposals that you received, they would probably have to go through some vetting or feasibility analysis, I'm assuming?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm not opposed to hearing them. I think my initial reaction when it came back with the debris basin on the site was that, this, and knowing that this is a challenging piece of property to develop, in my opinion, it being zoned agricultural, there's a reason that it's still agricultural, because this problem existed, before for many other developers. So it is a challenging piece of property to develop, and in my opinion, there's got to be a round peg and a round hole as far as the project goes. And my initial thoughts were that it felt like we were trying to jam a square peg in a round hole and call it good. So my hope is that I'm not opposed to a project there at all. My hope is it's the right project for the applicant, is the right project for the city, and we can come to a project that works for everybody. I think there's one there, but of course I'm not an engineer and I have no idea what that looks like. So I would be interested in seeing what city staff analysis is on that on the new proposals.
Is it possible to, in light of what you're saying, Eric, is it possible, without doing the full-blown, applicant and staff getting together and redesigning the project and everything else, that in a month's time, so not next meeting, because I think next meeting's pretty full already, but the following meeting, have staff come back with a preliminary analysis of these other ideas? And when I say preliminary, I mean, it doesn't have to be, it's just like, are these of a benefit to the city? What you were talking about, Eric, was the comments from people that we need something to solve the problems on the park, because there's mud flow that gets on the streets and we have to clean it up. And that's in like regular years. So in big downpour years, we need something like that or something else. Now they said debris basin, but I'm seeing something else here that's not a debris basin. And I'd like our staff to analyze that. The applicant's representative said that, oh, well, this concrete channel is better than the debris basin because it's going to pick up more of what you're worried about. As discussions went on, the homeowners to the west were also mentioned as being beneficiaries of some kind of debris diversion diversion or retention or something like that. So those two things, the park, the homeowners, but as I've said from the beginning, and I think it's legitimate to say this now, I'm not interested in building something up there that facilitates the project as its primary objective. If it happens to do that, maybe, but my goal isn't to get a project in there and therefore spend a whole bunch of money, give up parkland, build all sorts of channels because we're going to help the project along. I'm going from what the council said that you're referring to, what's of a benefit to the city, meaning our residents and the park, and streets and whatever else might be affected. And so anyway, back to my original question, I don't know if we could get kind of a stab at an analysis in a month so that we don't go down a 6-month redesign and come back to a public hearing where we've got 800 pages of report and we end up at the same place with all 5 members, and who knows what's going to happen.
So as the attorney, I do not know how long it would take for our staff to evaluate that and come to some kind of preliminary analysis for you. I think the people who would be able to speak to that are our Public Works Director or our city engineer, because they know what they would have to do in order to even get a preliminary analysis of it. So I would defer it over to them.
So in talking with the city engineer, he requested a minimum of 45 days to evaluate the hydrology.
And so I like the idea of giving the applicant another chance, but I think we've given them another chance and another chance and another chance and another chance, so I don't mind giving them another chance. However, at some point, because 45 days seems like there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done on that. And so I'm just kind of in the middle here. Should we do that again or not? Because I'm just thinking of just all the staff time and frankly all the money we have to spend to see if some other idea is going to work. That's my frustration here. We, as you mentioned, this has been on the agenda before you were on the council,
Yes.
and it goes back a couple years before that.
Right. I'm assuming if we were to do an analysis, we wouldn't have some sort of date to schedule the public hearing for, correct?
Yeah, I don't think we'd be able to pick a specific date that we'd be ready to come back, because we don't know if the 45 days, the Public Works Director said that was the minimum.
All right.
So if the council did want to go in that direction of shooting it to staff to do a preliminary analysis of these options that were presented tonight, we don't have a date to continue it to, so I would just recommend that we take no action tonight, and we will renotice the public hearing when we're ready to come back, or when the applicant requests to have their application heard again.
I think it's important to allow the applicant to come back with another plan, because the council really didn't express any desire not to have a project there. It all revolved around the basin. And once he solves that problem, I think that the council might be more inclined to approve the project. So I'm certainly in favor of staff, if they're agreeable to work on this, if they think it's worthwhile, and there's a possibility that they can come up with a solution.
Another option, I'm going to throw another one at you, is to reopen the public hearing, continue it to next meeting when we have a full council, and get a discussion of all 5 members so that we have a clearer direction on what to do.
That is an option too. And we will make sure that we do not print out the entire item again. We can bring back the exact same item.
Yeah. No, it's so Eric and Dennis, that might be an option, because we would get the benefit of Ryan and Emmett being here. I'm not sure how that would
Well,
go.
all 5 council members should be here to make this decision, because it's going to take, as you said, at least 3 council members to make a decision.
That's right.
But, yeah, and even to send staff and Dave and everybody else off on, on a mission to analyze these things. Again, I'm intrigued by this one, but that doesn't mean I want Dave to be working on it for the next 45 days, 4 hours a day or something like that, so.
And that does make a lot of sense to me, actually. I think we've been on a bad streak of luck when it comes to meeting attendance, so I think that's working to our detriment right now.
I know the 24th already has like a ton of things on it already. Should we continue it to I think it's the 12th in September, whatever day that Tuesday is, and then when all 5 members would be here?
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor
go
Pro
ahead,
Tem,
Chris.
my concern is the timelines associated with this analysis that you're asking for, like a due diligence. Is this something we'd be willing to consider? There are a lot of items that are being proposed that end up falling on Public Works lap, and so this will you're adding this to them and saying, here's a short timeline to do it.
I think that's really a good point. So despite the long agenda on the 24th, this isn't like with new analysis or anything. This is basically what we have. I mean, if you want to do a tiny bit more analysis, that's fine. It's what we have, and getting Emmett and Ryan on the dais. We would take more public comment because we're opening the public hearing. But then I think that we could, as the applicant said, give clearer direction, give staff clearer direction on what the council wants to do. And whether it's unanimous, 3-2, 4-1, whatever it is, let's try to get a path.
So you're not asking for any analysis. You're asking, unless we want to do some, but some small amount. You're asking to just like press pause, come back at the next meeting, we'll have all the council here, and then continue this discussion about what to do.
I think, because I think that way we don't start spending a ton of money. We get the benefit of the entire council, and it's to be honest, it's a fairer outcome because all 5 of us are here. I mean, I relish the opportunity of ramming some things through tonight, but no, but I think it's fairer that way. So
yeah, it makes sense to me, and I think really it would give the applicant, like you said, clearer direction much sooner than just punting this over to staff right away.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, so if you want to go in that direction, it would be a motion to continue to a date certain, and I think we would say August 24th.
Okay, then that would be my motion to reopen the public hearing, continue to August 24th.
All right, do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber.
Yes.
Motion carries by 3-0 vote.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, at the beginning, we mentioned there's only 3 members in attendance today, and that the 2 other council members participated in the closed session. Mayor Bedar wanted to actually be in attendance, but due to his illness is excused and absent from the remaining part of this meeting. So this item moving to the next meeting would allow all 5 to be able to participate.
Yeah, I do think that's a good, happy medium solution. I think it should hopefully work better for the applicant, work to get us more on the same page. I think that's a good way to go forward. Do we need to do anything else with these other changes on that particular item?
No, we can move on to the next item.
Moving on, we have a report and conducting a public hearing to receive input from the community regarding a district-based election system for city council.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, tonight we are here for our first public hearing in what is a series of at least four public hearings that are required under state law for the city council to consider potentially transitioning to district elections for city council seats. We have tonight with us a demographer from the firm National Demographics Corporation that the city has hired to assist with the council considering this transition to districts. His name is Jeff Simonetti, and he's standing at the podium right now. He is, National Demographics Corporation is a demographic firm that has worked with numerous cities in California to assist with all of the withdrawing potential maps for the council to consider and analyzing maps of districts that are proposed by the public in order to make sure that any map that is selected ultimately will comply with all of the requirements of state and federal law when it comes to drawing council election districts. So the reason that we're here tonight, just really quickly, is because in March of 2020, the city received a letter from an attorney named Kevin Shankman alleging that the city's current method of electing council members, the at-large method, was a violation of the California Voting Rights Act because he alleged it abridges the rights of Latino voters to elect a candidate of their choice to city council. Now, the city entered into a settlement agreement with this attorney, Mr. Shankman, where he stated that he will waive all of his claims against the city, provided that the city council adopts an ordinance to transition to district elections in time for the next council election, which will be in June of 2022. So we are beginning the process right now for the council to consider that transition to district elections. And Mr. Simonetti from NDC will take the mic now to walk you through the process and some of the law that's involved and some of the reasons why the council decided to enter into this settlement agreement with the attorney. So I will hand it over to Jeff Simonetti to introduce himself and walk you through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Simonetti, and I'm with National Demographics Corporation. We appreciate the opportunity this evening to speak with you regarding the districting process. And as Jeff mentioned, there's multiple Jeffs here, as you can see. He mentioned that we are for the first public hearing to talk about the districting process that we'll walk through here in the city of San Dimas. So tonight we'd like to go through why San Dimas is considering a transition from at-large elections to by-district elections. We'll talk about some of the key project timelines, deadlines. We'll talk very specifically about what are called neighborhoods and communities of interest, which need to be defined, and we'll talk about that and go through more specifics at the next hearing, and then talk about next steps in the timeline. So Jeff mentioned at the beginning, we were talking about at-large districts, which means that everyone within the city votes for each one of the council members. And the process here of districting would change that to a by-district election where the city would be broken up into districts and specific areas of the city would vote for a particular council member. And this is all being driven, we'll talk about a little bit more specifically here about the California Voting Rights Act. And this was written specifically to encourage by-district elections. So there's been a change over the last couple of years here that has driven a lot of what we were talking about here at the beginning, which is the California Voting Rights Act. Now, the main piece of federal legislation is the Federal Voting Rights Act, which passed in 1965. And there have been multiple Supreme Court cases related to this, but the key one is what we call the Gingles case. The California Voting Rights Act makes it significantly easier for plaintiffs like the one that sent the letter to you in 2020 regarding the by-district election system, because it eliminates two of the factual tests that a city or jurisdiction has to move through. And the four tests are: can the protected class constitute the majority of a district? Does the protected class vote as a block? Do the voters who are not in the protected class vote in a block to defeat the preferred candidates of the protected class? And do the totality of the circumstance indicate that race is a factor in elections? The important thing to remember here is that in the state of California, and particularly related to the California Voting Rights Act, that liability is now determined by only the presence of racially polarized votings. So it's had a significant impact upon cities and counties and jurisdictions across the state. So what is the CVRA impact? There are at least 240 school districts, 34 community college districts, 154 cities, 1 county board of supervisors, and 35 water and other special districts that have either switched or are in the process of switching to by-district elections as a result of the California Voting Rights Act. There have also been some very high-profile cases You see in the bottom left corner here, one of the biggest ones has been the Santa Monica case. And it's an estimate, and it's currently, I believe, sitting in the Supreme Court. And there have been an estimated $7 million spent so far. And the plaintiffs in the Santa Monica have requested $22 million in legal fees for the original trial. As you can see on the right-hand side, there have been some significant settlements, the city of Palmdale being the biggest at $4.7 million. And all told, there's been about $16 million in total settlements and court awards so far. So, what does the districting process look like? We've put them into 5 sort of main buckets here. The first is the process that we're in right now. It's called the initial pre-draft hearings. And what these are is that these will be held prior to the release of the draft maps. We're here asking to give you education and to solicit input from the city council as well as the general public on what they think are the communities of this in the city. And we'll identify what we call neighborhoods and communities of interest. We'll talk a little bit more about this in a few upcoming slides. We will have an initial deadline for draft maps, and we are anticipating that the data will be available from the U.S. Census in late September or early October. We'll allow the general public to draw draft maps. We'll release those draft maps. There will be at least 2 hearings on those draft maps. And then finally, the map will be adopted by an ordinance. So, when we're talking about districting rules and goals, we put these goals into sort of 3 main buckets. The first and most important are the federal laws that govern, particularly related to the Federal Voting Rights Act. These have 2 main key components. First one is that each district has to have generally equal population, and there can be no racial gerrymandering. The second set of criteria is driven by Assembly Bill 849, which was passed in 2019, and that's the middle bucket there in sort of the tannish color. And there are multiple different, and these are rank-ordered categories here. First of all the districts have to be geographically contiguous. We have to have undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. And we'll get into more detail, like I said, about this, but these are socioeconomic geographic areas that the council and general public believe should be held together. The districts have to have easily identifiable boundaries, and they also have to be compact. And when we say compact, what that means is that the district does not bypass one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And on the bottom there, you see there's a universal prohibition that districts shall not favor or discriminate against the political party. Finally, on the right-hand side, in the blue color, there are other traditional redistricting principles. When we talk about respecting voters' choices and continuity in office and minimizing voters shifted to different election years, what that means is you have an election sequence. And so when we put people into districts, we're trying to minimize the people. So say, for example, you would be in a 2022 district where it would get moved to a 2024. We're trying to minimize the number of people that happens to. So we'll talk a little bit more about the demographic data, and we'll get a more full set of this data once we get the full data set from the census. For this spreadsheet, as well as the maps that we are showing in the next couple of slides, this demographic data comes from what's called the American Community Survey, which is part of the census and actually gets released prior to the full census data sets. To note, these are estimated population numbers, and they may change when we get the full official data set from the U.S. Census. As you can see, your estimated population has increased very slightly over the last 10 years. And the middle one here is important too, where we talk about the citizen voting age population, because this will be important when we talk about how we're going to draw our districts. Here we're talking about Latino citizen voting age population, and you can see that Latinos are concentrated within the center of the city and just west of the 57 freeway there. And we'll also have much more data, like I said, once the full data set comes out. Asian American citizen voting age population, same thing. We have a census block here in the middle of the city. And if you'll see, the reddish and orange colors there are the highest concentration in all of these slides that we're having. We also get interesting data on income statistics, as well as percentage of renters. So the city has the highest percentage of renters in the central core of the city. And again, these will be all part of our online mapping tool once those are available. So for this hearing, as well as the second hearing, we want to talk specifically about how we define neighborhoods and communities of interest. So we're going to ask the question of what is your neighborhood and what are its geographic boundaries? Neighborhood is what you think it is. It can have a physical feature, like natural neighborhood dividing lines, roads, rivers, canals, mountains, hills, or things like highways or major roads. It can also be a landmark, a downtown area, areas around parks or schools or other neighborhood landmarks. When we talk about communities of interest, it takes that idea of a geographic area and adds a shared issue or characteristic. So it could be a shared social or economic interest. It could be an area that's impacted by city policies. And the crux of what we are trying to get to here, and we'll ask specifically about this in the second hearing, is on the bottom here. Would this community benefit from being included within a single district for its purposes of effective and fair representation? Or would that area benefit more from having multiple representatives? So this is the feedback that we are looking from the City Council as well as the general public, so that we can define what those communities of interest are and add those in as we start beginning to draw maps. Here we have a list of possible communities and neighborhoods. And I just want to stress that these are by no means a full or exhaustive list, and the City Council or the general public can either add or amend or take away some of these. But ideas are areas around the downtown or specific center, special plan zone areas, homeowner associations or private communities, as well as some of the business improvement districts within the city. So, next steps. At the second hearing, we will be asking for specific direction and action from the City Council relating on areas that meet each AB 849 definition that we talked about for neighborhoods and communities of interest that should be included within a single district for the purposes of its effective and fair representation. A couple of interesting things in terms of project timing considerations. So we talked a little bit about the census data. Usually 10 years ago, we would have already had the census data out long ago. But due to the COVID challenges, this data has been pushed back. We got confirmation from the U.S. Census Bureau that the data set will be available on August 12th. However, there's a couple of steps that have to take place before that data will be ready for California, and ultimately we'll be able to draw maps. The first thing is that the state of California counts prisoners in the prison, but for the purposes of population for the census, they are moved back to where their last known address is. So the state will take that population data, move that back, and then there is a waiting period for once the state releases that data before you're able to draw maps. So that's the reason why you may hear August 12th is when the U.S. Census Bureau releases its data, but there are those steps before the data will be available to draw maps. A couple of other things. San Dimas normally holds its elections in March of even-numbered years. Now, with the delay in the census data, there would not be enough time between when the census releases its data and when the law requires cities in this election cycle to complete the redistricting process. So, the city of San Dimas plans to consider an ordinance in either the summer or fall of 2021 to move the city's elections to June 2022 to comply with the California Voter Participation Rights Act. The moral of the story here is that all of this process has to be done by no later than December 9th of 2021. That's the deadline to submit an approved map to the Los Angeles County Registrar of Voters for approval. So, we have a pretty quick turnaround here in terms of wrapping up this process. Here's a draft schedule of events. August 10th here we have our first public hearing. In 2 weeks, August 24th, we have our proposed second hearing. We're hoping that, like we said, in either late September or early October, we will be able to release the mapping software with the full new census data. And we have, like I said, a pretty quick turnaround here. We have scheduled for October 12th would be the first, it would be the third hearing, and the first hearing where we'd be able to discuss draft maps. Late October, we'll ask for maps due from the public. October 26th will be the proposed fourth hearing. And then November 9th will be the final hearing, and council at that point would adopt the district map. And those have to be completed no later than December 9th of 2021 to submit that to the Los Angeles County Registrar of Voters. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and appreciate your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I wanted to ask Jeff to add one more piece of information onto the staff report, which is to, if you can at this point, describe what the input from the public on the website is going to be. So the tool that the public will be able to use in order to draw maps to submit to the council for consideration?
Sure, absolutely. So we are going to be having our project website go live here in short order. Once we get the mapping software and the full data sets, there will be an online mapping tool which basically will allow the general public to submit draft maps as to how they believe the city should divide up their districts. Those will get submitted to us, and as long as, and we're assuming that there'll be a late October due date, so that'll give you about a month to complete your draft maps. As long as you get those to us by the deadline, and we'll put that exact deadline up on the project website once we know it, those will be included in the agenda packet for consideration within the council.
I have a question. What is so it sounds like the next public hearing is our next meeting, August 24th, and you're going to go into some more detail about some of the parameters that go into doing the maps and everything. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I see the third public hearing. What is that all about?
So the third public hearing will begin to discuss, the third public hearing will have the full data set at that point. So we can begin to discuss how the city council and the general public will want to consider and start thinking about how to draw the district maps.
So almost a tutorial or a teaching session on how to use the software and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So you're not expecting at that particular public hearing, which you have listed for October 12th, any tentative maps or proposals coming from the public to react to or anything like that?
No.
Okay, that was my concern, because I saw that we might get all the data sets right about that time, or maybe a few days earlier than that public hearing, and so we won't really have much to say about the demographics at that point.
Sure. And we recognize that this is a very quick turnaround, and yeah, that's why we're trying to shoot for late October to have the maps due.
Okay, and so then the public, the city council, I mean, will you be providing some map choices, or where are all the maps coming from? Is it just the public? Is it, or what is it?
So yeah, what we usually do is when we get maps submitted from the public, most of the time maps have a general theme. So let's say a map that's centered around a downtown, or north to south districts, or east to west districts. What we'll do is, once we get those maps submitted from the general public, we'll put those in by theme and say, okay, we received 3 maps that have X theme, and we have 4 maps that received a theme of this. And then we'll use those themes to say, okay, here are the choices that you can consider. And then from that point, as long as they follow the Federal Voting Rights Act and AB 849, it's a policy choice at that point as to how you want to draw your maps.
So will you be providing any suggested maps, or will staff be providing, or is it, I didn't hear what you said about, or I didn't hear that you said that it was anybody but the public. Is it only the public that's suggesting maps?
I mean, we can.
When I say the public, I mean the non-staff and non-city council member public.
I mean, we can take recommendations from staff, but you know, it's usually our standpoint. If we're getting feedback from the general public, It's really up to the general public to decide the policy choice as to how they want to draw those maps.
All right. Can members of the public, a member submit more than one idea?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have a quick question.
Sure.
So my understanding from Mr. Shankman's letter was that the aggrieved party that this letter's regarding that kind of pushed us this direction was of a particular race. And then in your presentation, it outlines that the districting process for the Federal Voting Rights Act shouldn't racially gerrymander any particular group. So I don't know, maybe in my mind, the whole point of the districting process to address racial disparities in voting is, in my mind, basically racially gerrymandering. But can you kind of explain that whole dynamic?
Sure, and I'll let Jeff chime in here as well. When we're talking about the Federal Voting Rights Act, when we talk about protected class, there are 3 defined protected class: Latino Americans, Asian Americans, and African Americans. Those have to be considered in these, when we're talking about the Gingell's tests, we have to determine whether those protected class can constitute a majority of a district and that they're not being discriminated against through this process. Jeff, did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
So I guess my question would be, is the goal of districting to find a district that a protected class can constitute the majority of?
It depends on if you can draw a majority district with a protected class.
Would that be, I guess in other cities that you've worked with, has that been kind of an end result?
Again, it's very much dependent city by city and depends on the demographics. In some cities,
Have you looked at our
absolutely.
demographics at all?
Say that again?
Have you looked at our do you know anything about our demographics?
Yes.
I mean, I know you've got them up there, but have you looked at them to get an idea? I think of Eric's question is, we've got a goal. Shankman sued us, so we've got a goal.
Eric's
in plain
question
English, what is the goal?
makes a lot of sense, because that was it's very confusing. If the goal is to get minority representation,
In my opinion, that would be racial gerrymandering. I don't know that I have a misunderstanding of what that definition is or the way I'm interpreting it. But.
So again, it's not racial gerrymandering if you're looking to determine these are the most important things. Can the protected class constitute a majority of a district? If that's the case, then that falls under the Federal Voting Rights Act, and that's something that has to be considered under any city or any jurisdiction.
If perhaps you could take this question under consideration, because we're not getting a clear answer right now, at least I don't think I am, and at the next public hearing, explain it very clearly what the goal is and what we're charged with doing. Otherwise, the public doesn't know what to do. And I think we all know what it is, but I think it has to be said by you, our consultant.
And then I guess the other question, more a point of clarification for everybody that's here and listening, that districting, my understanding is going to districting per the California Voting Rights Act doesn't actually have to fix any perceived racially polarized voting problem. It just, like your presentation outlined, it is intended to push cities toward districts, but there's no requirement that it actually fix the problem. Is my understanding, is that correct?
As long as you're following the tenets of the Federal Voting Rights Act and the California Voting Rights Act, then yes, your district can be drawn in any way a policy choice would direct that towards.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that if you go to districts, you comply with the California Voting Rights Act, that any unrepresented race or ethnicity is then going to be or must be elected to the city council. As you're saying, it may not solve the problem, even if you go to districts to comply with the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, so while I dislike being sued by, or being threatened to be sued by somebody like Shankman, who basically is an opportunist and gets our $30,000, if $30,000 not to sue us, so we just give him that amount of money. There is a problem that can be that may be solved by districts. And so at the end of the day, December 9th, we submit a map, and it goes to whatever agency it was. And what I'm wondering is, are there cases where maps have been not approved by that agency because they didn't fulfill or didn't seem to address the reasons that Shankman was bringing a lawsuit? If they don't address
I can take a stab at answering that. The December 9th date is just the deadline date that we have to get the map to the County of LA registrars, registrar of voters, in order to get all the elections set up by June. The County of LA is not going to review our map for compliance with the California Voting Rights Act. They just take the one that we submit to them. The potential is that there is someone out there like Mr. Shankman or another attorney like him who will look at the map that we adopt to see whether they think it complies with the California Voting Rights Act. And they may sue us again if they think that it doesn't. But I do not believe, I have never heard that any city that has transitioned to districts has then ever been sued claiming that their transition to districts doesn't comply with the California Voting Rights Act.
Jeff, who makes the final decision about which map to use? The city council?
The city council does, yes.
And that can be challenged by a court decision?
It can, yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if an aggrieved party, if the maps aren't fairly drawn, or whatever terms you want to use, if they aren't fairly drawn, if somebody's going to sue because, that city council wanted to preserve whatever they've got going now and they're not willing to change.
It is possible for someone to sue on those grounds even after we transition to districts.
All right.
And then I guess one more quick question. Theoretically speaking, it would be possible if we adopt a map that addresses a problem for this particular letter that we've received and this, this particular group of people that is aggrieved in this case. If we draw maps that fix a particular issue with one aggrieved group, it may create another aggrieved group and then send us potentially back to the drawing board. This is something that just popped into my head as we were asking questions about this.
Any group or any person can make arguments and sue you. The question is whether you're going to win. And if we adopt a set of districts that complies with the federal and state laws, then we should be insulated from any lawsuits. Whether those happen to result in some group having less voting power than they would otherwise, it could happen to draw districts that are compliant with federal and state laws, and it results in some group having less voting power than they did before. But that doesn't mean that the districts that we drew are in violation of any law.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the important consideration. It's not guaranteeing a voting outcome. We have to, as Jeff was saying, comply with both of those laws.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. And this is a public hearing, so we should open the public hearing. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this issue? We'll have 3 minutes per speaker.
Good evening, Bob Olander, City Council staff. Excuse me. On the agenda item staff report, starting on page 697. Could you just tell us how many districts and if the mayor will be at large? In other words, are we going to have 4 districts and the mayor will be at large? Second question, John, thank you. I think you've answered it. My recollection was that we paid, the city paid, or maybe our insurance company paid, $30,000 to have, to settle this case. And I want to make sure that's correct. That's what we paid.
I'll look to Chris for a confirmation, or Jeff as a confirmation.
And on page 698, in the first paragraph, it says, Mr. Shankman and his client demanded city begin the process of changing its current system due at large to basically districts. Can we ask our fine city attorney who Mr. Shankman's client was? That was on page 698, first paragraph. Last 2 sentences.
Did you want me to answer those
Yeah,
questions now?
if you're able to field those.
The answer to the first question is that the city can transition to 4 districts and still maintain a directly elected mayor. So the mayor would be elected at large by everyone in the city, and then there would be 1 district for each of the other 4 council members. The city used to have 5 council members that were elected at large and not a directly elected mayor. And I believe it was 1971, sometime in the 70s, that the citizens got signatures on an initiative to move to a directly elected mayor. So if we wanted to change back from that, it would require to go to the voters again at an election to change to a non-directly elected mayor. So the answer is it would be 4 districts with continuing with a directly elected mayor. $30,000 is correct. That's the amount that the city paid to Mr. Shankman to settle the lawsuit. And Mr. Shankman's client has not been revealed. He only stated in his letter to us that he has a client who lives in the city limits of the city of San Dimas. I believe he stated that client is of Latino race, but he has not revealed who his client is.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, members of the City Council, I did not want to come up here a second time, but I thought I might have some thoughts to share. I'm a government teacher at San Dimas High School. I have a master's degree in political science, and I teach at the community college level. I teach constitutional law a little bit for fun, as I teach AP government classes. I'm not an expert nor an attorney at law. I have not passed the California bar. But some things to consider. One, obviously there is an issue, as Mayor Pro Tem Weber brought up here, regarding a particular ethnic class or group that would be considered here might be, some would consider, perhaps in violation of a Supreme Court decision previously forgive me for just a moment here, Shaw versus Reno. We talked about in the early 90s, creation of 2 African-American districts in North Carolina, while a noble cause did violate the 14th Amendment. And you may want to consider that as a possibility, that the California Voting Rights Act here may not fully embrace that there, even if you look at cases such as Shelby versus Holder and others where they say certain parts of the Voting Rights Act have been abrogated because of distance from that time. This may be a challenge in that area, just a thought again as a government teacher in this fine city. In addition as well, the concern I would have is this solution doesn't need to solve the problem at all. It just needs to be a solution that someone come back at you and file an additional lawsuit down the road. They could create more districts than 4 if the city residents are drawing up the map, which may have some other complications. In addition, if you read the San Dimas Community Post on this article issue, which I did, some people that are Latino that have run would be worried that they would be excluded because of the neighborhood they currently live in, where other candidates are out there that are viable as well, and diluting the Latino vote in those areas. It also assumes that Latinos will vote for Latinos if we want to get to that goal there. And Latino representation would be wonderful on the council, as would female representation and other divergent groups here in San Dimas, so the diverse groups that we have in our fine city. This may not achieve that here, and one may want to tread cautiously when considering maps and who they represent and do not represent to what goal we look for, which is to represent the city well on this fine city council that we have in front of us. I don't know that the proposal or the charge leveled here will get to an agreed outcome that will be of benefit to the city as is desired or recommended. So proceeding with caution and consideration would be encouraged. That's all. Thank you, gentlemen and others.
Thanks. Now one more in-person speaker.
John Casares here. So I can give you a short answer in that this is racial gerrymandering, but I would, if there is time, hope that the city would push against it, against the proposal to district the city, hopefully whenever the census decides to come out. But seeing that going with the process, go through the process but don't implement it for sure. And I would like to pose a question to Jeff, our city attorney, if I'm allowed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So in regards to the Pico Neighborhood Association versus City of Santa Monica, can you give us a little detail about what's the update on that decision, when it's going to be decided? And then the second question is, what would this decision entail if the court, the California Supreme Court, sided with the city or the Pico Association, like 2 scenario?
City attorney, is that something that you have the answers to?
Yes, I can do that, but that's a discussion, and I'd prefer that we complete the public comments at the public hearing, and I can talk about that.
Gotcha.
After the public
Okay,
hearing.
that's fine. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm against it, by the way.
Thank you, sir. Looks like we got a couple more.
Good evening. I've been watching this on TV, and I just wanted to come down and share some of the thoughts that I had while I was listening. Most are questions. On page 18, it talks about the possibility of, well, you were talking about the districts. How many districts are we actually talking about that, are being considered? I mean, in terms of how many areas are going to be broken out? And is there a specific number, or is it just based on where people think it should be done? Another question that I have is about the public. I mean, basically the public in San Dimas doesn't seem to be really engaged in what's happening in the city council. So many people I talk to don't even watch to see what's going on or check online to see what's going on. So I'm concerned about people being aware of what is happening and that they're going to be playing a role in this. And I'm wondering how the council is going to let city residents be made aware of their involvement in this process. Another question that I have has to do with how will this affect current council members who currently perhaps live in the same district? At what point would that be an issue? And I'd like to know who does live in the same area, because that's basically looks like that could be a problem if you've got more than one council member living in the same place. I was also curious if it could be clarified which two tests did not were eliminated in this. I mean, it was identified that 2 tests were eliminated. I just would like clarification which 2 it was. And I also wanted to say that, you know, here we're talking about districting, and California shall not favor or discriminate against a political party. All of these things sound very good if this indeed is what's going to happen. And I certainly hope that there is no gerrymandering or any attempt to set aside districts to, that wouldn't follow these mandates. So if any of my questions could be answered, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Ron Lingieri. I'm a 40-year resident of San Dimas, and I just want to say I've heard the word problem bantered about. And I don't think this is a problem. I think it's a political situation that the city has to deal with. But in my 40 years here, San Dimas hasn't had a problem. We've had good city council people. We've had anyone who wanted to run for council ran for council. Anybody who wanted to vote got to vote. So it's more of a situation if somebody didn't get what they wanted, now we're looking at San Dimas as having a problem. But I just want to say we don't have a problem. I just think we have political agitators, carpetbaggers coming into our city and making us do something that probably most of the citizens don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Weber, I believe that Councilmember Vienna is now on and live via the telephone.
Should we take a new roll, or are we good with that?
We can just note for the record that Councilmember Vienna has joined the meeting.
Great.
Can you proceed?
Yep, absolutely.
Chris, thank you very much for that comment that you made for the city's status or whatever it was. It was totally awesome to have the library, the Historic Society talk. It was just awesome. It was just gave me a certain amount of strength of who we are as a community. I would say that I'm a little offended by that gentleman right there saying that if we have a Latin guy running in a park that's Latin, that's baloney. I don't care if you came from the moon. It makes no difference to me. The only reason why we have this situation is because nobody comes out and votes. Simple as that. Simple as that. The fact that you guys don't help people run, in other words, and you know these things, it costs you what, $1,500, $2,000 to put your name on the ballot? And you say, well, we need the money to pay for what the county does. What the county does costs a lot more than the $1,500 or $1,800 we get from each 4 people that run. You follow what I'm saying? The county charges maybe $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 to run an election. So I don't care if you're black, white, green, purple. It makes no difference. This is San Dimas. We have a great history. It is sort of constituted in a way that this area was established. You know, I was looking at that historical thing, and I didn't see any black people picking lemons. I didn't see any Hispanic, Asian people. So the establishment of the city is obviously in a certain direction. And I want everybody to understand, the reason why we're in this situation is because nobody votes, period. I think we're lucky if we get 10% of the people voting. Why is that? What's that? You can't come up here and shoot your mouth on something and get people excited? No. We have this idea that we're supposed to operate. We have expectations. You guys have expectations that, we're going to collect money and we're going to pay for all the wages and so on and so forth. The expectation that I have is to come up with something that can get people out here to vote. period. Period. This train thing, I remember when some of these train things were coming around 14 years ago and you guys were making a joke about it. You really did. As a matter of fact, Councilman Morris called the guy who ran the Metro thing, building this thing, a con artist. So here we are going to put something up, which is cool with me, but it's always after the fact. It's always after the fact. You guys need to step up, get up front, and start bringing us to the ballot. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Chris, again for that thing, and thank you for all your work. But I am not going to do your job. If I see something wrong, I'm not going to take a picture and do it. You got people that you're paying top dollar to do that. So if you can't get your people to do it, that's a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, we did receive one email from Betty Jean Lamb, who is in support of the establishment of districts in the city.
All right, thank you. Hearing no other speakers, close the public hearing. Did you have something, City Attorney?
Well, I just wanted to go ahead and address some of those questions that
Yes,
were raised,
please do.
specifically the ones that were asked of me. So one speaker requested to have an overview of the Pico Neighborhood Association versus City of Santa Monica case, and that's the Santa Monica case that's mentioned in the PowerPoint, where City of Santa Monica happens to be the only city that has ever had a Court of Appeal decision, maybe even a trial court decision, ever in its favor on a California Voting Rights Act case, and that just occurred last year. But the case has been appealed to the California Supreme Court, and the briefing is done. We're waiting for the Supreme Court to decide what the oral argument date in that case is going to be. The reason that Santa Monica prevailed in that case in the Court of Appeal is because the Court of Appeal held that the most Latino district possible to draw in Santa Monica is a 30% Latino district. And so even the court said, even if Santa Monica were to transition to district elections, it would not increase the ability of Latino to be elected to this. It would not increase the voting power of the Latino electorate in the city, because the most Latino district that you could draw is a 30% Latino district. And the court said that that is not enough to increase the ability of a Latino to be elected in the city. So the Supreme Court is considering whether that is a valid reason to let Santa Monica win that case. Santa Monica lost in the trial court, and like it said in the PowerPoint, the attorney, I know Kevin Shankman is the attorney handling in the Supreme Court. I believe he was the one handling it in the trial court as well, asked for $22 million in attorney's fees when he won that case in the trial court. And then the Court of Appeal ruled for the City of Santa Monica. So we'll see what the Supreme Court does. I would expect their decision. It could have happened now. Like last year at this time, I thought we might have had a decision now, but now it looks like it may be within 6 months to a year. But the important point about that case is that even though Santa Monica prevailed in that case, it was based on the fact that the most Latino district that could be drawn is a 30% Latino district. And we would have to figure out even if Santa Monica won that case, based on our preliminary, very rough preliminary analysis in San Dimas, it would be possible to potentially draw a 40% Latino district in San Dimas. And so if Santa Monica wins, San Dimas would have to argue in court that creating a 40% Latino district does not increase the ability of Latinos to elect someone to the city council. And I think that could potentially be a lot more difficult argument than the 30% district that Santa Monica could draw. So that's a little bit of a legal analysis of what is going on in the Santa Monica case, and we are waiting the ruling from the Supreme Court on that. And like I said, even if Santa Monica wins, we have a different factual scenario here in San Dimas that we would have to worry about. Someone again asked how many districts are we looking at drawing? It's 4 districts, and the mayor will stay as a directly elected mayor by the entire city. Another speaker, or the same speaker, asked if a district is created and 2 sitting council members both live in that district, what would happen? Well, what would happen in that case is in June of 2022, only one of those council members could be reelected. So presumably, if they wanted to, they would both run in the June 2022 election, but only one of them could be elected to serve that district. So that is something that could happen if 2 council members happen to be in the same district when the council selects its district's map. There was a question about which of the tests from the Gingles case were eliminated when in the California Voting Rights Act, and I'm looking at our demographer to see if he might have the answer to that one, and if not, we could bring that back at the next public hearing.
Yeah, I need to double check that with Doug, but I believe it's any of the 2. But let me double check, and I'll bring that back on the 24th.
Those were all the comments that I had.
All right.
So back to you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Any discussion?
Well, the problem is if you challenge this and you lose, it costs you millions of dollars.
That's right. If we were to lose in court, which almost every other city has, we would be subjected to an attorney's fees award, likely in the millions of dollars. In addition to that, a court would order us to transition to districts anyway, and the court potentially could draw the districts for the city instead of the city council deciding what the district lines will be in San Dimas.
Do you have anything, Ryan?
I would also add that it's been the experience of this attorney, Kevin Shankman, and other Voting Rights Act attorneys, that when he does win a lawsuit in court, he requests that the judge draw the districts for the city. And he also attempts to have the districts drawn so that the most number of council members are packed into a single district, so that it does not allow for incumbents to be reelected to the extent possible. And I have seen that is something that can happen when a judge draws the districts.
You have any comments, Ryan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, I would just say that obviously this has been a bit of a process for the city and for the community. I caught some of the public comments when I came on and I did review the staff report. I think anyone is overly thrilled about where we're going. I was hopeful that the Santa Monica case would be closer to have been resolved by the time we got to this stage. But be that as it may, it is, as Councilmember Bertone said, a case that essentially could cost the city a substantial amount of money. So, it is what it is at this point until we any further.
And just to, I guess I won't reiterate what everybody's already said. This is a position that we've been put in by the California Voting Rights Act. I think we were kind of one of the last cities that this got brought up to in the area. Glendora's transitioned over to districts already, and I can tell you from my experience living and working in that city that cities our size, Glendora's size, it's very much just like everything else that gets pushed down from the state, a one-size-fits-all thing. And we're so small and so compact that cities that have instituted districting, like Glendora, you have districts with people running completely unopposed. And I don't know that that is, I'm not saying that it's terrible for the city. I just don't know that that's in the best interest of the entire city to have people running unopposed potentially over and over again because there's just no interest in a district to run. So, as we look back on the conversations that we've had about this over the past however many months or years that we've been talking about it, when we talk about drawing a box that's 40% Latino in the city, it sure sounds like racial gerrymandering to me. So I look forward to hearing about the process moving forward. It's not something that I particularly look forward to, but it's something that we got to do. So just like many other things, we got to do it. So may as well do it right.
So no action is needed on this tonight. We'll come back to the next public hearing in 2 weeks to conduct that one, and we'll have some of the answers for you that you have requested.
All right, great.
There's another hearing at the next city council meeting?
Yes, in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. So if any of the public is interested in coming and speaking before the council, that'll be your opportunity.
All right, moving on to other business. Consideration to establish parking permit district number 1 for Avenida Loma Vista and Paseo Gracia.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Weber and members of City Council. Sherry Garwick, Director of Public Works. Before you tonight for your consideration is a requested implementation of Permit Parking District 1. Can you, next slide, please? So the boundaries of District 1 are Avenida Loma Vista from San Dimas Avenue, westerly towards the east side of Calle Linda, and then on Paseo Gracia from the north cul-de-sac down to Calle Arroyo. On the screen, this is an exhibit that's in the staff report. The green parcels are actually parcels that we have signatures in favor of the district. The red parcels are parcels that we don't have signatures in favor of the district. Some of them we have signatures in opposition of the district, and some of them just did not sign either in favor or opposed.
So if a number isn't on there, they're not in the district?
Yes, that is correct. So over the years, staff has received several complaints regarding parking in the neighborhood of District 1. And most of the parking originates from users of the trail, Walnut Creek Trail, that park in Antonovich Trailhead, which is just north of this area. The city has worked with the county in the past years to install improvements on the trailhead, at Antonovich Trailhead, and to provide additional parking on San Dimas Avenue. These improvements were completed in 2018. The city has continued to receive complaints regarding the excessive parking and the trash and litter left behind, as well as complaints of illegal activities by the trail users. In order to better regulate and manage on-street parking problems, in February of 2021, the City Council approved a municipal code text amendment and adopted a policy allowing for the implementation of permit parking. For those members of the audience that aren't familiar with the program, permit parking is a program which the city allows vehicles with applicable permits to park on a street that has parking restrictions implemented as part of a permit parking district. The city can issue permits to residents within the district, and the residents can give their guests a permit or a temporary permit. This permit exempts them from the parking restrictions. Vehicles without permits would not be allowed to park and are subject to citations. It is important to note that the issued permit only exempts the vehicle from the restrictions implemented through the permit parking district. It does not exempt vehicles from other parking restrictions such as overnight parking or red curb parking or parking in front of a fire hydrant. In March of 2021, several residents requested for the Traffic Safety Committee to begin the implementation process for permit parking. Staff worked with the residents to set the boundaries of the district as well as the times. For this district, the restrictions are Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The petition was returned to staff for the May Traffic Safety Committee meeting. However, after the petition was submitted, staff was notified by several property owners that they wished to change their approval or change to disapproval, or change their disapproval to approval. Also, staff received requests for clarification from some of the property owners. So in order to determine the desire of the neighborhood, staff continued the item to the next Traffic Safety Committee meeting in July. We mailed out notices to all properties within the district, along with frequently asked questions, and provided a deadline for which property owners can change their mind. All signatures on the submitted petition that was submitted by July 1st were verified by staff by phoning the signature or the property owner. While ultimately the district received over the minimum amount of 67% property owner approval, there was significant opposition to the district. As you can see, it did receive a 71.1% approval rating. But I did want to take just a moment and go over some of the comments that we received in opposition of the district. The Woodwark HOA, or Homeowners Association, that is the association in the area of which these houses are a part, submitted comments that it was not in favor of the permit parking district. It felt it was not fair that only a few owners or streets within the community are being affected by this and will have to pay permit fees. They did not feel that the trail parking issue has been bad since the temporary signs that the city posted have been placed within the community. Those temporary signs are not legally enforceable and are slated to come down in later part of this month, or when this district becomes if you approve the district. The HOA is also worried that the implementation of the permit program on just a few portions of the streets will cause an overflow into the surrounding areas. We also received comments from residents on Calle Vistazo and some of the other property owners within the district. Some of those comments are excessive trail parking in 2020 was due to the pandemic, which closed other sources of entertainment, causing heavy use of the Walnut Creek Trail. And now that other venues are open, there's been a drastic decline in hikers parking in the neighborhood. Some of the residents or some of the property owners didn't want to pay for parking permits for a problem not of their making. And others felt that the temporary trail parking no trail parking signs were working. And then some of the residents on Calle Vistazo were worried about pushing overflow parking onto Calle Vistazo. So So per the adopted policy, only the votes of the property owners within the district are considered when establishing a recommendation for incorporating the district. With all of this, with all of the, I guess, disapproval of the district, staff has also received another petition, or a request to petition, for withdrawal of the permit district. On the west side, or on the left part of your screen, you can see there's a higher concentration of properties that are shown in red as not in favor of the district. From 837 to 838 in that area, can you go to the next slide, please? We've received a request, a petition to withdraw from the proposed district. In fact, we received the petition today with 9 signatures which have not been verified. There are 13 property owners within that area, so the 9 of the 13 would, if all verified, they would constitute more than 67% of the votes necessary to withdraw. As there are costs involved with implementation, both to the residents, which is $30 biannually or every other year. Also, there are costs to the city for an implementation. If council does approve the district, staff would implement the district in a phased approach so that the area that's petitioned to withdraw, we have time to verify the signatures and bring it back to you to, with your decision on whether to allow the petition to withdraw. So in mentioning costs, there is also additional costs to the city in terms of enforcement of the district. The estimated cost of part-time enforcement is approximately $25,000 per year. Now this $25,000 is for both districts. So this is the first district coming for you for consideration, but there is a second district as well tonight. That $25,000 would need to be appropriated from the general fund, and it would go for enforcement of both districts. There would be only one $25,000 appropriation. Staff recommendation is that council consider adopting Resolution 2021-54, implementing the Permit Parking District 1, alliteration, and also appropriate $25,000 for enforcement of permit parking districts. That concludes my presentation, unless you have further questions.
Really quickly, what was the, so in that tail portion on the west side that is requesting to be withdrawn from the parking district, when we're talking about how those houses in the district were selected, what was the methodology and how we went about that?
So at the Traffic Safety Committee meeting, we had several residents. It was a virtual meeting at that time, but we had several residents phone in, and we discussed with the residents what the limits of the parking district. Typically, in a parking district, you want to end it at a street so that you have the entire block incorporated. So when we talked, we originally looked at Calle Vistazo, stopping at Calle Vistazo, but with the residents, it was determined that they were in favor of extending the limit to Calle Linda, or the ones at the Traffic Safety Committee meeting.
Okay. And then, just to get an idea of scale here, do we know about how far so San Dimas Ave is all the way there on the eastern side. So from San Dimas Avenue all the way to the end of that district, about how long that is?
I would say about 1,000 feet.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Welcome.
Wow.
Any other questions?
Well, I just think the way you handled this is perfect. The way you accommodated the people that want to get out of the district without telling them, well, you don't have any choice. You're allowing them to go through the process. And so I think that's an excellent way of doing it, and they should be quite pleased. When do you think they'll have that information?
It will have to go to the next Traffic Safety Committee meeting, so September 5th, that's September, mid-September would be the next meeting, and then we would, if all the signatures are there, that we would recommend at the next council meeting that they would be allowed to withdraw.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sherry, when we talked about this way back when, I think there was some discussion that in areas where there was a nexus to an impact that we would offset cost recovery to the homes in question. I wonder if for the homeowners that were concerned, for example, the ones, and just so I make sure because I didn't see this when I was following, the ones in red are opted out. Is that what, do I understand that correct?
The properties in red are ones that we did not receive a signature in favor of the district.
Okay.
So,
and permanent no parking signs aren't an option in the areas that we saw the temporary signs working effectively?
so if you implement the district, we would have the no parking signs installed, but with it, permitted vehicles exempt. So.
Okay. I heard some of the people in your comments in your report that some people were concerned about the cost. And if I recall, when we talked about all this, that the council could waive that fee, right, for those residents if we find that there's a community impact such as the trailhead that is causing some sort of issue, correct?
That is correct.
If the council was so inclined to waive that fee, would that change the minds of some of these people that were concerned?
It might change a few, but there's more of the opposition was having to track the permits.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just make a couple comments, kind of in the form of questions, I suppose, Sherry. I'm wondering about, we heard from residents earlier about the other parking district, and you mentioned in this presentation about you establish a parking district, and then the next streets that are not included, people looking for a place to park might find a spot there. So we're looking at this map here, for example, maybe at the end of Paseo, is it Gracia? But you say that goes into whatever street is down there. Maybe somebody parks there in front of somebody's house or down on Vistazo or who knows where. And we heard about Cypress as an example in the other parking district. So I'm wondering if there might be a problem with the policy on how to, I mean, I don't know what the solution is in that. You could continue expanding the parking district, I suppose, but then you get to people that, right now they're not having any problem at all. It's not a problem, so why should they want to have a permit parking situation? And so I'm wondering if I don't know what the solution is to that. I guess one solution, or one thing to think about, I'm not saying it's a solution that we have yet, but we could, and I know we've talked about this before, get more parking on San Dimas Avenue east of the 57 freeway. There's plenty of room there and I don't know I think you have to go 100 feet, 150 from the bridge before you start allowing parking. But these people are right now parking here and walking all the way down to the trailhead, and the hike from the place I'm talking about is probably less, maybe about the same, I don't know. But we could get another 3, 4, 5, 6 spots there. And there's even like a dirt area that I don't know who it belongs to, if it's Caltrans, if it's privately owned. I mean, I don't know, but it's east of the 57 freeway where you could actually put a small parking lot with another 10 spaces. So what I'm saying is that I like your idea here. It sounds like you want us to adopt the entire parking district. I know that's going to make a few people in that orange part of the street a little nervous because now the policy's in place. But with the assurances of we're going to hold off on doing anything in that part until we have another council meeting after the Traffic Safety Committee, I think they're willing to accept that as a, good faith effort.
We have had several meetings with both the proponents and the opponents of the district to try to work. Our goal is to get what the desires of the neighborhood. And unfortunately, there is a little bit of an antagonist. Some people closer to the trail, they've experienced quite a bit of parking problems. And as you can see, as it get farther from the trail, there's less and less impacts. So.
And I know you've been working overtime and I've gotten comments from residents who really appreciate the effort that you've put into it. So thank you.
Another quick question, now that we brought up the potential for parking impacts to kind of be displaced with a program like this, which I have seen those impacts in parking districts that I've had to enforce before. But eventually, my experience is that it gets to a certain point that people just no longer feel like walking the distance that it is that they have to walk to get to whatever it is that they want to get to. So there is that point at which the expansion can, there is no more expansion, I guess. And I understand that it may be kind of worrisome for people on streets that don't have an impact now that may perceive that there will be an impact later. But I guess to that end, with our signs that we have up right now, are those just on Gracia and Loma Vista, or are those on Vistazo and Frondosa as well?
There were some that were relocated by the residents to Calle Vistazo and Calle Frondosa at some point. But originally when we placed them, they were on Avenida Loma Vista and Paseo Gracia. And we actually had requests for some on Calle Arroyo, and then we were requested to remove them. So.
Okay. I guess potentially that may, I would be interested in, what kind of problem there was before those signs got moved. I know it's problematic because the signs didn't get moved by you guys. But before the signs got moved there, it would be interesting to know what the actual displacement to there was due to those signs. If it was a significant impact or if people just drove right on by.
That was one of the concerns of the residents when we did work with them to set the original limits of the district, was they did not want to, they wanted the district long enough that we weren't pushing parking into the neighbors to the west. So.
Mm-hmm. And I do agree with you that as far as enforcement goes, that having a full block is the only way that you can realistically enforce this. So, going halfway down a block and then saying parking's okay after this point is just not realistic. So it would, in my estimation, if we were to consider opting a portion of this area out, it would, looking at the map, just eyeballing it, anything west of the east curb line of Vistazo opting out, that would put 45% approving west of Vistazo and then 78% approving east of Vistazo. But you'd still end up, there'd be 4 houses there, 1240 Vistazo, 837 Loma Vista, 844, 838 that would have been exempted before and just aren't anymore. But I just am not keen to exempt in the middle of the block.
I agree with you, just thinking from a practical sense in the topography of that specific area. If you were to cut that out, I would park right there and just walk it, because it's still not significant until you get down a little bit further in the grading and what have you.
The residents who live there realize that, and that's what they're willing to deal with for whatever reason. So I would certainly want to vote tonight, would not want to vote in favor of this district tonight if it looks like we're not going to let the orange area opt out. So, I mean, it would be another month before we got to it, maybe 6 weeks, right, to see what the opt-out situation would be.
Yes. According to the policy, we have to take it to the Traffic Safety Committee, which is mid-September.
Right.
I just think and the reasoning, John, that you've heard is what?
The people on the corner of Calle Vistazo and they're on the north side of the street there, just don't want to have the permit parking in front of that part of the house. And they have another part of the street. You see Calle Vistazo where friends and everybody else can park. The front of their house is facing Avenue Loma Vista, even though the address is Vistazo, and they just don't want the front of their house to have those signs and the permit parking at that point. The people across the street, not the first house, but it's 844, I believe. They have a great reason. They have large family gatherings regularly. They have impromptu gatherings where people, family or friends just say, let's have a party at your house. And they've got a large family, they've got lots of little kids, and so people just will be showing up. And so the mechanism, first of all, they don't even want to deal with permits at all, but the mechanism of getting permits right now, it makes it impossible to get those permits without advanced planning. And so, and then of course there were the people down farther that just, I guess, don't feel it's a problem for them.
But I think the way that Sherry has handled this has been perfect. The emails I got seemed to be the people were satisfied with what the city was doing, and they appreciated it. Obviously, there's going to be some people that are going to be unhappy, especially those closest to San Dimas Avenue that wanted to be out of the project, which you can't, because as you said, you can't just go with one house and then another house you can, and with next house you can't, and then you can and you can't. So not everyone will be happy, but I hope the majority of people will be.
Yeah, and I think limiting it to the days that it's limited to, I mean, it hopefully minimizes the impact on those that maybe don't want to participate. I mean, there's the majority of the week, and the majority of the week that it wouldn't be in effect, and it wouldn't affect them at all.
I'm comfortable with it as proposed, and I would be hopeful that we would exempt the fees for these folks in this neighborhood, because it is abutting to the trailhead and there's a public benefit directly correlated to the causation of this challenge. That being said, I could indulge John's take on this for those residents, exempt them, but if it comes back up, they would end up paying a fee. Because I think at this point, if it's predictable, it's preventable. And I think, it's what's going to be in the greater cause of the greater good. And at this point, they could be included in a parking district, exempted from the fee as proposed, which I think will solve the problem for that district collectively, not pushing the problem deeper. It probably will abate it, causing people to go use the other access to the trailhead that has adequate parking, which is, I think, really what's causing the impaction here. Otherwise, you cut out this area, and I think people will just, in fact, park there, and that may not be the best.
Yeah, and those residents have been working hard on this. They went so far as the one person with a large family, for whatever reason, he's able to get Google's ear, and they actually, when you Google Mike Antonovich Trail in San Dimas now, whereas the little thing would be at the lot off of San Dimas Avenue, Google has actually changed that. So it's now the staging area off of Valley Center. So they're trying to do their part to do this. And Ryan, I appreciate your thoughts on this, because I am totally in favor of the parking district east of the two houses. I like staff's recommendation, and but I obviously we can't get a guarantee, but I would hate to get everybody in the parking district, then come back here in 6 weeks and not exempt those people that have been, working day and night to try to get an exemption. Then they'd be stuck with it. So, if that's what it looks like might happen, and again, I appreciate what you were saying. I can certainly vote for what was recommended today if staff's recommendation about opt-out is also.
Hey, Sherry, this is something that I know we didn't talk about before when we implemented the program, but it's an interesting thought that just popped into my head, and that's that it's going to take a while for us to get the signs and poles and everything in place, get a permit system, get everybody set up to make this parking district effective. Being that there is some trepidation, obviously, with some people, I wonder almost what it would, if it would help or hinder the decision of some of these homeowners in the district if, when a parking district is passed, we immediately put up temporary signs, something that's cheap, easy to deploy, and it basically allows a built-in trial period for the residents there to actually feel the impact of what it'll be like. It may impress some, and the impacts are going to be less than what they think they are. And then for some, it may make them from a yes to a no, but at least they're making more of a informed decision as to what this really is going to do to their daily life. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else.
Well, I wonder, to the point that Eric's raising, I think we can all agree with everything up to the orange east. So perhaps I would have no problem making a motion to at least adopt up to all of that with the fee exemption, and then direct staff to reach out to Orange West and basically have the discussion with them and say, hey, you can opt into this now, understanding that there will be no fees for you to have this parking district as it's currently outlined, and be done with it, and that would still obviously give them the benefit of the district, or you guys could opt out of this, and if in the future it's determined that this problem, which this body has now analyzed and come to the conclusion that this is the best way to address this, has now complicated your situation, at that point you can request the parking district as it was outlined, but there will be the fees attached to it. And let the people in the orange area on their own, percentage-wise and what have you, make that decision, because I think that's a different decision for them to make a better informed decision.
Okay.
I don't know what anybody thinks about that.
I would go along with that.
Yeah,
I would go along with that. I just think we should.
Are you saying to get rid of this fee?
No, yes, but what we're saying is we would vote tonight to establish the parking district for everything to the east of the orange.
Right.
And then what we would do is bifurcate out everything to the west, which is the orange, to have staff go do the outreach to them and say, if you want in on this now, the fees are waived, and the staff will come back and say, yes, the majority of them want this, or say, no, they want out of it, understanding that in the future, if they request it, they would be subject to the fee.
Can I make a suggestion? Because the map and the district was petitioned for the whole area.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps to accommodate what you're bringing up is, if you approve the district as it was circulated in the neighborhood, but as we say, we delay the west part. If they want to, we delay it. It might be for 2 months, so that it allows us time to get notification out to the residents, and then they can come back and give us their vote, whether or not they want to change their petition to withdraw, now that there are no fees, and then we bring it back for your direction on what the residents have decided.
In other words, you'd like to continue this matter to be able to do that follow-up?
Yes. Or, well,
Or Jeff?
I would prefer to, if you, and I think the residents would prefer if you implemented the parking district, and then as it was voted on by the residents, and then allow us time to contact the properties that are proposing to withdraw from the district, let them know of the change in the fee structure that you're proposing, and if they change their minds, because right now it looks like there's 9 of 13 that are going to withdraw. If only one changes, the petition to withdraw will not.
Well, I don't know if we want, I know what you're saying is that the fee may change their mind, and that's well and good. But I think we're modifying this policy as we go along. We're modifying it right now. So the policy is there's a fee. We're modifying the policy that in this parking district, we're not going to have a fee. I'm fine with that. But since we're modifying the policy as we're going along, and I know the policy has, you draw a map, you take a vote, and you take the entirety of the vote. It's clear, though, from everybody. I mean, look at this map. It is clear that there's when you have such a bright dividing line, and we're talking about districts a minute ago, when there's a real good dividing line, then it cries out for something to be done to address that dividing line. So since we're changing the policy as we go along, I mean, I say include up to that orange line tonight. We'll just vote that in. That is parking district 1. And then we can see what happens with parking district. That'll be 1A, kind of like the gold line. 1B, or hopefully not 1C, D, and E, but 1B will be the rest of it, and we'll just address that separately. If the rest of it doesn't get 67%, then they're not in. Does that hold any water with anybody?
That makes sense.
It's changing the policy, I understand, and we worked hard on the policy, but it seems like the policy needs to bend a little to actually comply with the will of the people who actually live there.
Just out of curiosity, was the fee waiver worked into the policy when we?
It was brought up during the discussion that it was specifically requested.
The mention was that you can exempt a fee, but it wasn't explicitly put into the policy that was approved by resolution.
If we exempt fees, it should be for everyone.
Right.
In all the districts, not just this one.
If I may, since the council has approved a fee study that we were going to be looking at all the fees, I would caution that if we were going to make a change on how we apply the fees to a specific program that has some level of cost recovery, that we do articulate the criteria in a policy. Because what I could see happening here, doing the east side of this neighborhood, assuming you don't do the west piece, then a problem occurs that we know the problem is going to exist and the neighbors start to complaining. If the city decides to take unilateral action and actually make that permit parking, which it can do through the process articulated in our policy, then you're once back to the question of, well, you wanted to go in, we would exempt you. Now you didn't, so now you have to pay. But now the city's going to impose it. So do you not charge them a fee if the city's imposing? And then we run into the quandary of having a checkerboard application across the entire city. When do you charge a fee? When do you not charge a fee? And that's something we're trying to avoid with the whole fee study.
Well, there was a specific, these two examples, and both examples are good to have tonight. Both examples have a direct nexus to a community benefit, the school and the trailhead. So I agree with you, but specific in the policy discussions that we had that led to this was the specific exemption in these exact situations. Now, the point that Councilmember Ebner raises that certain residents don't want to have that there, from a purely policy perspective, I mean, I'm more inclined, especially after your comments, to just say, pass this as proposed and be done with it and exempt the entire district, because we can already predict what the consequence is going to be. And so from a policy lens, it doesn't make sense to not pass the whole thing, but we could be accommodating to a group of residents there. But the real question is, are they fully aware and informed if we exempt that fee in this exact scenario, would that change the mind of one household, or two? And, I'd be inclined to think it would, especially because of the history of a couple of those areas as it relates to the park. So, there's people I know down there that are very passionate about us tackling this problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
As I say, I am absolutely willing to implement the eastern half of this parking district. I want that to be implemented. But it's a poison pill to include the entire district, meaning that I can't vote in favor of including the orange part there, the western part, in the parking district. So, just to see how it will go, I'm going to make a motion to implement or pass, or whatever the word is, implement parking district number 1 up to the addresses 832 and 835 Avenida Loma Vista. And that's the extent of with the fee waiver that Ryan was talking about, with the fee waiver. And that is my motion.
And the other would be 1B.
There could be 1B if those residents decide to get it, they want to be in the district.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay, I'll second it.
We'll do a roll call vote.
Well, just so we're clear, restate the motion.
The motion is to institute the parking permit District 1, basically up to everything that's on Paseo Gracia in that picture, everything on Avenida Loma Vista, including that one red house at 831. But then that's where it ends, right where that orange thing is. And I understand the arguments about ending on a street and all that kind of thing, but the motion is to institute parking District 1 up to that point.
So clarify to 837 and 838 from those properties west? Or
would not be in the district.
Okay.
So up to 832.
The orange part of the street is not in the district.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was just giving the exact addresses so that it's clear address-wise. 832 and 835 would be the last properties that have it. That was a long-winded answer to it.
And the city would go through the process of finding out what the other part wanted, what 1B would want to do.
Yes, we can bring that back to you.
Yeah, continue that process.
Hold on, I'm researching the substitute motion thing John pulled on me a while ago.
That's right.
I'm just kidding.
All right, we do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Yes.
Councilmember Viana?
Can we come back to me? I'm thinking. No.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber?
No.
That is a 2-2 vote with Councilmember Bertone and Ebner voting yes. Councilmember Viana, Mayor Pro Tem Weber voting no. That motion fails.
Well, I'm open to other suggestions. Would one of you gentlemen like to
Yes.
propose an motion? And
So I think my biggest hurdle on that is that it makes zero sense to exempt houses on the same, like, contiguous block. And it makes enforcement just kind of arbitrary at that point. So
I had heartburn with leaving that one guy, the one red guy, alone in the.
Oh, I know it. Me too.
So if we were going to go that route, I don't mind doing what it is we just talked about, doing the outreach to the people on the west side, but I would, in order for it to make sense, from an enforcement aspect, from a policy aspect, I would want to push that to the east curb line of Calle Vistazo, so that it's the entire contiguous block.
Why don't we, understanding it's going to take staff time to be able to do the follow-up and what have you, I would propose we pass this as proposed, and then with the fee waiver for the entire district, direct staff to do the outreach to all of the orange area and do a micro survey, if you will, or whatever you need to call it, with that group of folks, and then come back to us and let us know what the outcome of that is, and if they so choose to, the majority of that group, the orange specifically, choose to opt out, if you will, then we just bring this back or call it back, and we amend it and excuse them from this.
this is what they're proposing. Actually, this is what they're proposing, right?
Yes.
Exactly what's proposed by staff. Is that a motion?
Hey, so moved.
I second it.
Well, the only thing that's different is the policy currently says that for some homeowners to withdraw, they have to get 67% vote to have their portion withdraw from the group, from the district, instead of 50. You were saying 50. But that's the only difference.
Okay. So, but what we're saying is that I don't even know if, sub-district or whatever you want to call it, that specific group be surveyed, and if that specific group of that area within District 1 wants to opt out, then we bring it back and exclude them from the district.
Yeah, my understanding is they're already circulating a withdrawal petition, even though the district hasn't even been created yet. So if they do get 67% on that petition for that western portion, then it will come back to you.
Right, but that's before the fee waiver. So this new information then would circulate and see where the people are, and if they in fact want out,
Gotcha.
then they're out, right?
So they'll be informed about the fee waiver.
Right, yeah. So I would move that we adopt Resolution 2021-54 to implement Parking Permit District Number 1 as proposed by staff, and circulate the information regarding that this motion includes the fee waiver for residents in this parking district due to the specific nexus to a public community benefit, such as, in this case, the trailhead, and that we conduct outreach to all of the homes specifically outlined along the orange of Avenida Loma Vista and staff's map that's presented with this new information to determine whether or not they wish to continue it to be included, or they'd like to be exempted, at which point, if they do, it comes back to council and we would consider, which I would support then with the majority exempting them.
Did you use the word majority, or is it the 67%?
I'm sorry, 60.
The two-thirds, 67%.
Yeah, 67%. Yes, that is, I stand corrected. That is what I meant.
Sorry, you're going to have to restate the whole motion over.
Oh, my gosh.
No, he's got-
Come on. Hold on, did the legal beagle get all that? Yes, we're good?
Yes, sir.
67%? All right.
I'm going to vote no on it, simply because I think that the council, it does not sound like the council will have a majority voting to exempt those folks, because, for one thing, it does start in the middle of it doesn't start at a street corner. Just to say on that point, there's places in San Dimas that, and I can't name them off the top of my head, that have no parking, and then in the middle of the block, there's parking all of a sudden. And you go to any place like Santa Monica or LA, and the no parking stops where it's logical to stop. Maybe there's a residence there or whatever. So I understand the idea of it being tidier and neater, and I would agree with you generally, but I'm sensing that they may not be allowed to opt out from the city council in the future, because it still has to have a vote, right? And so, although I'm supportive of everything else, as I said, I'm going to vote no on the motion to include the orange part in the parking district.
All right, so I withdraw my motion, and I move that we adopt Resolution 2021-54, adopting the entire district as proposed and waiving the fees for all in that district.
With the opportunity of the 1B part.
No, this is, they can circulate the petition as they so
Right.
choose
They have the
if they
opportunity
wish
to drop out.
through the policy process. But in this case, I'm not suggesting that staff goes out and does everything we just talked about in this case, because that was the motion that John had to consider. So in this case, from a policy perspective and for all the other reasons, I would just propose we adopt as proposed and waive the fees for the entire district. And then those folks can go through the process as it's outlined in the policy to be able to try to withdraw from the district.
Seconded.
Thank you.
I will go along with that.
Oh, you're surprising me here. All right.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Councilmember Vienna,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Weber.
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and if I may, thank you for, appreciated the deliberation getting to that. Part of the concern I have is we implemented a program with a resolution that established a program of how you get in and how you get out, and offer the opportunity for the city unilaterally to look at putting something in place where there was a public need. And what we were doing was trying to effectively set aside the policy and just decide unilaterally what we wanted to do, while considering a potential petition to pull people out of the district that we haven't even formed yet, and then talk about taking, exempting fees when we've never even talked about that in the policy. So I would ask.
I think you stand corrected there. We talked about exempting people in that discussion.
We talked about it, but
And the
it was
intent
not-
was there.
It was not, you're correct, but we didn't integrate that in the policy, which doesn't mean we can't do it, because you can act, your act will supersede that resolution in terms of the act. But I would ask, because we have a second district, and I'm sure we're going to have districts around the downtown with the gold line, there will always be a public interest in a district that we want to form with a permit process, because we wouldn't be recommending as staff a parking district in an area that there isn't some kind of nexus to a public interest or an impact. And so I'd ask, as we're exempting fees and making these considerations, that we figure out some way that we can have criteria that we can be consistent in how we apply it, and revise the policy in a way that fits what your desires are, so that we just follow it. The quandary we had internally, and Sherry and I talked about this, was here comes a district that meets the criteria of 71% to pass, and then internal to that district, folks that didn't vote or folks that were concerned about it, and now how do we grapple with it when that side that doesn't want to be a part of it is overwhelmingly on one side of a district that was resident initiated. I think we may want to revisit the policy and codify that piece of it.
I would just, to clean up something I missed here on this motion. I would move that we appropriate the $25,000 from the general fund for the part-time parking enforcement program.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
Councilmember Vienna,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber.
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
And a final comment on this particular area and the cause of the problem in the first place is the parking for the trail. And what would be the way of getting us to look at the areas I was talking about east of the 57 freeway? I've talked to Sherry about it. Chris and I walked the area the other day, and I just want to remind the public and everybody that when San Dimas Avenue, all that work was being done, whenever that was, 4 years ago, and I brought that idea up about having parking on the street on San Dimas Avenue. Our then Public Works Director said it couldn't be done because there wasn't enough room. There's obviously enough room, and there is parking there now. So it may not be common sense or whatever, but I suggest that we take a look at that, and I was wondering, do we need council to direct that? And if so, I would put it on the agenda next time, or can we just start looking at that as a also solution to the parking problem?
And Sherry can jump in here. On the traffic safety aspect, there are a lot of requests throughout the city for a variety of traffic calming measures. In this case, it's parking permitting. So you could talk about speed bumps and everything else under the sun. And I like the fact that Public Works presented a policy that applied some kind of consistent criteria of how we want to go about doing this, because we can come in and say exactly that area is something we need to address, but yet no resident has come to us with a petition that says, please help us. And we could evaluate it, and we could propose a parking district, and we could ask the residents if they're not opposed to the implementation of a parking district, and then we can consider, do we just waive the fees because we believe there's a public interest in having a parking permit process. I just want to make sure we codify that in a program, because what we'll run into operationally is then when do you start and when do you stop implementing a measure that you know not everybody's going to like that you're going to implement in a specific area? Because here you can clearly see this is not 100%. And so a lot of people want it on the east side, a lot of people don't want it on the west side. And then if you come in or have a process that isn't consistent and you're applying it, you're going to constantly be running against an adversarial position with residents, and unless we have a good context and criteria, we won't be able to do it in a fair and balanced way.
I agree. Chris, what I was talking about was the San Dimas Avenue itself, San Dimas Avenue under the bridge on the 57 freeway. I wasn't talking about another parking district or this. I think we're done with this for tonight.
Are we looking for more, the additional?
I'm looking for additional parking, and I'm thinking that there's a place to put it, and I'm not, and in a way, it's just striping for part of it. The parking lot we kind of thought about on that dirt area, but I'm just wondering, is that something we can get in the budget for next year, or what? Just thinking of getting staff's thoughts on that.
So that is, that would be a capital improvement project. Most of the area that you're talking about is actually, it's either Caltrans or LA County area. That dirt parking lot or that dirt area is LA County owned. So it can be done. It would just be a capital improvement project, because we would have to build sidewalk all the way to provide pedestrian access.
There's no sidewalk on San Dimas Avenue.
There is in the area that we added, the parking that we added on San Dimas Avenue, we had to add sidewalk on the.
Is there? Okay.
Just a question on that. If it's a county trail that's causing the issue and a county piece of dirt that could potentially help us mitigate the issue, I imagine the county's budget is probably stretched pretty thin, but would there be any appetite for them to address that,
I mean, definitely they would be interested in it. It becomes a capital improvement project, so it'd go through the process. I don't know the time frame, but when you have an engineering design and everything, it's probably a few years out.
I know it was kind of a process to get them just to reroute the trail around the RV park in Benelli when it was time for them to do that. So I imagine it would probably be the same kind of fight.
If there is an opportunity to do a project that's on a county right away, for example, we will explore reaching out to see if there's a win-win opportunity to sharing costs associated with those improvements.
All right.
And we could find some grants, try to work with them for some grants for that as well.
I know the dirt lot that John's talking about because on my way down here, I found the second set of discarded mattresses on the side of San Dimas Avenue that I reported on my San Dimas app. So in the morning when that request comes through, that'll be from me.
I did enter one right down the street from San Dimas Avenue. It was 2 mattresses, but they weren't the same because I know our staff picked it up the next morning. But yes, I'll take a look at it tonight.
Cool.
Thanks for your work on it, Sherry.
All right, moving on, we have consideration to establish parking permit district number 2 for Danecroft Avenue, Benbow Street, and Benwood Street.
Good evening again. Sherry Garwick, Director of Public Works. Can you go through the next slide, please? The next one after that, please. So this is the second parking district tonight that we're requesting council consider to implement a parking district. Can you go to the next slide? The boundary of this district is Danecroft Avenue, south of Covina Boulevard. So the high school and middle school are just up above to the north of this. Benwood Street and Benbow Street. This area has a long history. Some of the residents came up and talked regarding this area. It has a long history of parking issues. At the March traffic safety meeting, several residents requested initiating the permit parking district. Staff to work with the residents to set the limits of the district, as well as determine the hours. And the hours for this one are school days, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Due to the concerns and misunderstandings that were expressed in the last district, the staff, once after we were approached for the petition to be circulated, we mailed notifications to all of the residents in the district with letters describing the frequently asked questions, also contact information for staff to see if they had any questions, and a deadline again for where they can submit their final signature for approval or disapproval. Ultimately, the district received 72.7% approval rating of the property was in favor of the district. Interesting, we had a few people come forward tonight that were opposed to the district, but during the process we did not receive any negative comments on the district, implementing the district. All signatures were verified by staff. And then we notified the residents of the Traffic Safety Committee meeting where we would hear the petition and go over the petition. So again, this district meets the 72.7% approval rating as required by policy. Staff recommends that council consider adopting resolution 2021-53, approving this district, implementing the district, and the appropriation of $25,000, which was already appropriated in District 1. On this one, because of the impending school year, the request is to put some temporary signs out, so to train the students that park there or others that park there that this will become a district. So that was staff's intent, is to put some temporary signs. as the school district starts at August 23rd. Then that concludes my report, unless you have other questions.
Questions?
One of the residents.
I would assume that we would waive the fees for this project too. That only makes sense if we're doing it for the other one.
I agree, and being very familiar with this, that the causation here, as it was outlined, is in fact the school district. And as we discussed at the policy discussion on this, that I think the school district should be paying the fees, or at least contribute towards the enforcement recuperation of cost as it relates to this specific district.
If I may, we did meet with the school district on a number of different issues a while back. This was one area we talked about, and while they were open to working with us to try to mitigate the impacts, we didn't get a concurrence on them having a participation, but we can reach out again and see if they're open to it.
Well, they've done quite a good job in mitigating these impacts for the last 4.5 years I've been elected. That's why we're doing this.
Sherry, one of the residents talked about no parking or no stopping over by Lone Hill Middle School, where it was for a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours around when school lets out. Would that solve the problem at all here? I'm just wondering because, and I don't know what the answer is, would students intentionally arrive late to class, an hour after class, and maybe there are some students who don't have class until a little bit later. That's, in some high schools it's that way.
We specifically did talk about putting the same type of restrictions that were on Lone Hill in this area, and the residents at the meeting did not feel that would address the parking issue. In fact, they're here if you would like to talk with them regarding it.
I think the issue with that might be off-campus lunches. If a student has a car, they'll take off during lunch and come back, and during that median time in the middle,
right,
they would just be able to legally park there.
Got it. That's good answer. Good reason.
I do have a question on the hours, though. I think it was the same person brought up 8 to 5 being the hours that were chosen when the school hours aren't 8 to 5. I still do think that 8 to 5 would probably solve the problem. I mean, we're only talking about, I think, a half hour, because it's 7:30 or something. But was it, again, the people circulating the petition that chose the hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think too, just having drove that, trying to study this problem for a while, that water polo, all these other things that go on, the sportsplex, and the access. I mean, that's the other piece of this, is at the north part here, there's access to the swim and racquetball club and the theater and all that kind of stuff. So I'm supportive of it as proposed. I would move that we adopt Resolution 2021-53 to implement the parking permit district number 2, waiving fees for the residents, having staff reach out to the school district and discuss cost recovery measures as it relates to this necessary action for that neighborhood, and post the temporary parking permits as staff sees fit to provide fair warning for this upcoming school year.
Going to add in the parking enforcement on this one too?
Which part? And noting that we did previously appropriate the $25,000 in the previous motion, which is a shared expense between the two.
Is that a total of $25,000 for the two?
It is a total of $25,000 for the two.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
That's even better. I thought it was 50. Well, I'll second that then.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Aye.
Councilmember Viana?
I just want the record to reflect I'm voting in honor of Mr. Milbrandt and Dan Daniels because I know this has been a long time coming for you guys, so I'll vote in favor, yes.
And yes from me.
Motion carries 5-0.
I'd just like to point out that I think Mr. Daniel lost a bunch of weight doing all of this petition circulating. All right. Potential change to the sports field allocation policy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Scott Wasterman, Director of Parks and Recreation. To my right is our acting Recreation Manager, Jay Jones. And we have a very brief presentation this evening. The issue that's come up with the field allocation policy, we have a policy that essentially provides procedures and guidelines for allocating our fields to sports user groups. This policy was approved by both the Parks and Recreation Commission and the City Council in 2019, I believe in the fall. And tucked in the middle of this lengthy policy is Section 8.5, which prohibits the issuance of field use permits on Sundays. And of course, this predates my time with the city. I wasn't here for this discussion. But at this time, of course, we have the San Dimas Little League came forward this year, and they're requesting field usage on Sundays for their fall league schedule. And what we told them was, we actually have a policy that doesn't allow us to do that, but we did agree to take this to both the Parks and Recreation Commission and the City Council for you to opine on this part of the policy. What we're recommending this evening is that the City Council temporarily suspend Section 8.5, which prohibits the issuance of field use permits on Sundays, temporarily until December 31st. That will give staff enough time to come back to the City Council with additional revisions to the field allocation policy. And this would be, of course, with the caveat that for any field usage that occurs on Sundays, the sports user groups would pay the appropriate rental fees. Excuse me. And Jay and I are available if you have questions, and we actually have a very brief PowerPoint with a little background, and I'll let Jay give that.
The field policy that we're speaking about is 8.5, which says athletic fields may not be reserved on Sundays, except for a maximum of 2 scheduled tournaments per year per nonprofit youth sports organizations, and not to exceed 3 Sundays per year. In spring of 2021, just to give you background, we had 14 user groups that used our fields. Currently, headed into the fall season, we have 14 with 4 potential more users, so that would be a total of 18. Proposed 2021 fall usage for San Dimas Little League would be Sunday through Friday. And if you look at the Sunday for Marchant and the 2 fields, they are requesting 8 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. For the Sportsplex, they're requesting 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And for Pioneer Park, they're requesting 8 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. The fees for the use for San Dimas Little League, their Group 2 is $15 an hour with light fees. That would be about $1,335 per week with the full use of 4 fields with lights. San Dimas Little League is 3rd among user groups for the most hours of field use. That's behind Parks and Rec and San Dimas High School. This includes exclusive use of the fields at Marchant Park. So they use both fields and they're exclusive to them. So it's with the staff recommendation and the recommendation of the Parks and Rec Commission that Section 8.5 of the city's fields allocation policy be suspended until December 31st, 2021 to enable sport user groups to use city ball fields on Sundays. Sport user groups utilizing city facilities on Sundays will be required to pay the usual rental fees. And this concludes the presentation.
Questions? No questions. Do we have any comments?
Move approval as proposed, and thank you. I think John brought this up, so thank you.
Seconded.
Dennis got it.
Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vienna?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber?
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
All right, moving on to establishing a selection process to commission an artist to create wall murals for the Gold Line Bridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Back in September of 2018, the city entered into a settlement agreement with the Metro Gold Line with regards to the design of the future bridge located at Bonita and Cataract. The bridge design was to include 4 locations for artwork on each of the wind walls. And back a few weeks after, well, the week after I arrived to the city, we appointed a subcommittee of 2 council members, Councilmember Vienna and now Mayor Pro Temp, Councilmember Weber, to make a decision on design because we were given a very short timeline to provide the Gold Line with specifications of the art, so as they're designing the bridge, they could build in those specifications. At the time, there wasn't a request to select an artist and what the specific artwork was going to be, but there was a decision made on kind of the type of artwork that was reflective of artwork that we have elsewhere. We are now the action before you, and at that time there was I believe there was somewhat of a conversation about input on what type of artwork would go there. And so what we wanted to do is bring this recommendation with 3 options so that we can get some direction from the council as to how do we select the artist and the artwork that's going to be commissioned. And whether you want to do that still by an ad hoc committee of the council, send it to an existing commission that we may have, let's say the Senior Commission or Parks and Recreation, or direct staff to establish a public process that we would initiate and engage with, and with any of those choices, appropriating $100,000 from Fund 72 and 73, with the remaining funds that are not expended going back to those funds to be able to fund the project. And so with that, I turn it back to you for direction.
Question, may I? There would be 4 murals, right? 2 on each side?
Correct.
They'd be on both sides of the bridge?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just the one, can you flesh out what option C is, direct city staff to establish a public process? What is that? What do you envision for that?
Well, staff would establish a process that would take public input on art, because art usually is an area that the public has an intense amount of interest. And so we would utilize that to determine what type of artist, the criteria that we should be looking for, and then that artist would commission the art, and the decision that we would make would come back to council to ratify that this is a selectee in the process.
So now the artwork itself, is that going back to the ad hoc committee, or, I mean, when it's the finished product?
Well, that's the question. If you select an ad hoc committee, then it's the ad hoc committee leading the whole process. If you're directing staff, if you're saying that this is an operational item, staff, you take the lead on this, but we want the ultimate decision coming into council, then staff would lead that process and take it to council.
So if you did so potentially you could do, I mean, one of 2, right? Well, you could do either one of these or any 3 of these, but in the ad hoc committee example, we could engage the community and set up meetings. It just would not be a Brown Act production type of meeting. It would be, hey, we're going to have a couple town halls or whatever we're going to do to have that dialogue facilitated, and then be able to bring whatever comes out of that back to council for consideration.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm good with anything. As an aside, I'll say that the Arts and Culture Committee would come in real handy if we had one established, which I'm waiting to have less than 800 pages in an agenda to be able to talk about that.
Can I get some clarification on exactly what an ad hoc committee can consist of? My understanding is that can include people on the council, people on a commission, people in just out of the public, right?
You can form a committee any way you like, but in terms of an ad hoc committee, If you have less than a majority of the council, it doesn't trigger the Brown Act. An ad hoc committee is usually a short-term, temporary, and very specific targeted scope of what they're looking at. And once that's done, the ad hoc committee goes away.
Okay. I was thinking about this a little bit earlier this week, and there's a few different things that I think would be kind of neat to do. So we already have myself and Councilmember Viana on the ad hoc committee, but if we were able to add on additional people, I would like to just throw the idea out of adding somebody from the Historical Society and then somebody from maybe the Railroad Museum, since there's a rail tie to the Gold Line and downtown. I think it's a kind of a unique opportunity. And, actually, I got this idea while I was on the Historical Society walking tour on Saturday, because the topic of the Pacific Electric came up, and I thought it was kind of a neat opportunity to maybe work some Pacific Electric history into the Gold Line artwork, as it's, kind of a direct tie from the Pacific Electric back then to the Gold Line now, and a way to tie in a little bit of history of the community.
I like that idea.
So I guess
that would be the ad hoc committee that already exists, add some community members, and, it might be nice to have a total of 5, maybe find some other way of getting another person on there that's, but anyway, so, I'm good with that. I think that takes a load off staff's hands.
Should we designate us? Well, I'm fine with 5. Should we designate where those people come from specifically, or just?
I would just proceed with the city council ad hoc committee and engage community stakeholders, and then engage these groups, whoever they are.
Let the group decide which member is going to be on the committee.
Yeah. You two, you're on the ad hoc committee.
So
I like the idea of more members.
Historical Society, the Railroad Museum, and what else?
Those are the 2 that popped into my head. I don't know if there's anything in particular that others might have.
I wouldn't limit us. I would just, if you guys have recommendations, send them to us, and then let's set up a date and time, and people can show up, and we'll engage them all and see where we go with the staff.
You're an ad hoc committee. You're not violating the Brown Act by talking to each other. So if you guys just chat about it and see what you both agree on.
All right, cool. So I guess do we need to make a motion for that, I suppose?
I'd move that we continue with the city council ad hoc committee and appropriate the $100,000 from Fund 72 and Fund 73 as proposed for the art project.
Second.
With the addition of those 2 groups on the committee.
I would keep it open that we would engage community stakeholders to include those groups, yes. But not be limited to them, so others could engage too.
Ryan, the only thing I would say is that I think it is good to have 2 or 3 or some number of additional members. So, yeah, reach out to a bunch of people, but I'd say pick a couple so they're like ongoing members of the group. So you're not just hosting a meeting and then going back to just the 2 of you. Maybe have that group of 4 or 5.
I agree. I think that would be the best way to do it.
I'm just making a suggestion for your that doesn't affect the motion.
I just not forming a committee or whatever. We're city ad hoc committee, city council ad hoc committee that's going to engage community stakeholders to include various community groups that are interested in this. So.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Yes.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber.
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
All right. Oh, my mic turned off. Moving on. Adopt a resolution 2021-55 authorizing city manager to execute an agreement with Interwest Consulting Group for preparation of the downtown specific plan and associated EIR in an amount of $459,545 and approve a budget amendment of $159,545 to fund the entire project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I will turn it over to Ms. Ann Nguyen, our Associate Planner, to present.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Weber and members of the City Council. My name is Ann Nguyen, Associate Planner. Back in 2016, the city was awarded a SCAG grant in the amount of $85,000 that was used to fully fund a draft downtown specific plan. However, the draft was a SCAG-driven project, and at that time, the City Council was not satisfied with the draft plan nor the process taken to develop it. Now, as a result of major construction activity for the future Gold Line Station, which began a year ago, recent state housing legislation that has been aimed at taking away local control, in addition to streamlining and increasing density for housing development, and site selections for the housing element update currently being reviewed, the Community Development Department released a request for proposals on April 15th, 2021, for the development of the city's downtown specific plan with a submission deadline of May 24th, 2021. The RFP identifies the preparation of a master EIR or other appropriate environmental review process that is consistent with the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act that will assist in streamlining future development projects consistent with the downtown specific plan and general plan. The preparation and adoption of a downtown specific plan will guide the city's growth and development in the town core and within proximity to the future Gold Line Station. The city received 1 market study analysis proposal and 4 complete downtown specific plan proposals. Out of the 4 complete proposals, staff invited 2 firms to be interviewed on July 21st, 2021. At this time, staff recommends that the City Council award the contract to InterWest Consulting Group in the amount of $459,545 as specified in the proposal, which is Attachment 3, and to appropriate $159,545 from the general fund to the reserved $300,000 already set aside for the funding of the project. Staff may also wish to note that the current resolution should be amended to reduce the cost to the amount on the agenda, which is $459,545, and to omit Section 2. If the council wishes to add an additional 2 community meetings, then a revised resolution to include $9,000 for the cost of the 2 additional community meetings may be brought back to council at the next city council meeting as a consent calendar item. This concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions.
Questions?
No questions, but I would make a motion to approve Resolution 2021-55 and waive further reading.
Second.
And just, that would be as amended, as Ann described, to reduce the amount to $459,545, which is the amount listed on the agenda, and also to delete Section 2 of their resolution.
And what about those 2 extra meetings? Is that a separate direction?
So for the 2 extra meetings, if the council may wish to add that, we will bring that back with the amended budget sheet as a consent calendar item for the next council meeting.
Okay. Before we vote, I did have a question. You mentioned Gold Line Station, you mentioned densification and state mandated things. This Interwest, I don't know anything about them. The downtown specific plan includes a lot more than just densification and planning for the Gold Line Station, as you know. And a lot of it is, what is the business district going to look like, and how is that going to develop? So I'm wondering, and pardon my skepticism, because we've had some consultants recently who seem to be very, very good at telling staff and any kind of public that happens to get in their way here's what you have to do. The state says this, you got the goal line, you got to do this, here's what you can't do. Are these guys going to have some independent thoughts, or are they going to just tell us what the state wants us to do? Sorry to be so blunt about it, but I'm just seeing consultants coming our way that they're based, and we're paying them a ton of money, and all they're doing is telling us, they're essentially saying you don't have a choice.
No, so this process will be, it's our intent to get as much public participation as possible. So there's a number of areas within the proposal, as Anne mentioned in Exhibit C, that talks about the various different aspects of the downtown specific plan. It isn't just the intensification of the downtown, but if it is the wish of the community as well as the city council to develop the downtown, the potential future downtown in this way, then we will provide for development standards, land uses, look at circulation patterns, open space amenities, et cetera, as part of this downtown specific plan. In conjunction, it will have to plan for potentially the connections and first and last miles for the downtown, the station as well. So there's other aspects with this downtown specific plan.
Well, it's a hugely important undertaking, and it'll affect what downtown San Dimas and by that and as an offshoot of that, everybody in San Dimas looks like, and what people think about the downtown. You know, over the years, people, and it's not just me saying this, but people have said that, you know, when you think about San Dimas, you think about Bill and Ted, you think about Raging Wolf. Okay, that's the first thing people I won't, you know, it's getting late, so I won't tell you any stories about that. But I've been talking to people, they say Bill and Ted, and they're back in Indiana, and never read it before. But Bill and Ted, Raging Waters, for people who are outside. The people who are in downtown, there are other things besides, or in San Dimas, there are other things besides downtown. But downtown, the look, feel, and the way it is, and by extension, the way we want it to be, is what people are going to be thinking about San Dimas. And that small town atmosphere, and again, there's a lot of people who say this, not just me, is something that people value a lot. And so, I mean, I'm saying right here and now that I don't want Irvine, I don't want San Jose, I don't even want Pasadena, as much as I like Pasadena, but I don't want the densification and the way the look and feel has changed in those towns. So that's why I'm asking, it's hugely important, and what we're getting is people that just explain to the public. You may have an ad hoc committee, and the housing element one is like this, but as I understand it, those meetings were essentially being taught what the housing element was all about. The input part didn't seem to be really robust in that case, and I'm worried that the same thing is going to happen here. Not a lot of input from the public, and the input that is given is dismissed. Basically, oh, you can't do that, you've got to do this, and all that. So this is my soapbox for this particular item, and I'm hoping that, and I'll vote for this motion, but I'm hoping these guys, and we'll see with the first meeting how they handle it, hoping these guys can absorb what San Dimas wants and implement that and give us some ideas on how to do it.
Thank you for sharing that, Councilmember Ebner. I wanted to also point out that's also the reason why staff had jumped the gun on adding the additional 9,000 into the resolution. That's why we wanted to request the amendment so that we could actually bring forth the actual revised budget sheet. When we had interviewed both of the firms on July 21st, we had a really good discussion with InterWest Group, consulting group, and they shared the need that we felt for actually involving the public, especially, and that's why they were very open to adding the additional 2 community meetings, and they provided me the cost estimate for adding that. So in our next council meeting, we will definitely bring that back as a consent calendar item. But as you said, one of the processes that from the original earlier 2016 draft downtown specific plan was part of that input process. It was a very brief sort of charrette that was involved for the community, and then after that, the SCAG-driven project, it was all the consultant and then staff. There wasn't much left for community input, so that's part of the process why the draft was never adopted. And we're bringing forth an actual consultant that we're selecting and that will be working with and inviting the community to provide some input.
Thank you very much for that.
And if I may, Councilmember Ebner, I hear the concern, and I think there's a distinction between the housing element update and the downtown specific plan. I mean, the housing element update is a specifically driven state mandate requirement. And while we had a subcommittee of residents that were involved in that, the purpose was trying to satisfy a state mandate. In terms of the downtown specific plan, because it's looking at modifying effectively what we have set as our general plan and our focus, there's a very wide latitude in terms of what we could do. And so when you look at task 2 of the consultant and compare that against what what the council has established as part of the housing element, clearly night and day difference in terms of what we were trying to accomplish. I mean, we're starting off with developing the actual engagement strategy, whose whole focus is to focus on engaging the community and making decisions. And then you have later subtasks that talk about the specific populations of the community that you're trying to engage, business owners, residents, folks that would be dramatically impacted with any change in our visioning of what we're trying to do in the downtown. And so I hear that, and I just want to make clear that the focus here has to be a focus on the community, because this is not a 5-year, 10-year vision for the downtown. If it goes anywhere like the life of our general plan, this may be 100 years before we get back to actually trying to update it. I hope not, but it's a very long-term drive and vision we're establishing here. So that is very important. And if we get to the point of wanting to do more community meetings, my recommendation to council is err on the side of more input rather than less.
I don't think John has to worry that we're going to get another Pasadena. We should be lucky to get one of the restaurants.
Yeah, I was just in Bromans today, and it sure would be nice to have one close to us. But I'll say that modify, be flexible, accept change, all those are good. There are some things, though, and I'm not listing anything, but there are some things that don't need to be modified. And so it's a caution that we don't, in my opinion, need to. I mean, maybe we will or maybe we won't, but we don't need to have as our goal to modify downtown and make it something else. So there may be a lot of things that come up that the residents or the council don't want to see that kind of a modification. And I want the consultant to be able to accept that, as well as our staff, to accept the community's input and say, well, that was a great idea. It's in all the planning books, but maybe it's just not right for San Dimas.
No, I absolutely agree. And after we talked internally about housing element and how the evolution of that, I think one important aspect of this needs to be a lot more touch points to the council in terms of where we are in the process, so that you're seeing, while we're developing an engagement strategy, council having a chance to see what that engagement strategy actually is and going, hey, you know what, that's good, we like that, or we'd like you to tweak that and consider other things, so that we don't end up going through a very comprehensive process and have little engagement with the body that actually is charged with approving that entire plan. We want you to have ownership in whatever is developed, and we want the public to have ownership and input, but still in the end, you are the driver of that policy and direction. And so if it's heading in a direction that you can see yourself not approving, we should be course correcting way earlier than getting a final draft that may look really nice and may look final, but still a first draft, and saying, you know, we're way off the mark if that's where the council believes when we get to that point. We want to avoid that.
Do a roll call vote then.
Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Aye.
Councilmember Vienna?
I don't even remember what we're talking about.
Specific downtown.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right. Moving on to the discussion of impacts of the sale of flavored tobacco in San Dimas. I think this was brought forward by you, Dimas.
Yes,
so
I
I'll
may
pass
have
it off
a
to you.
suggestion about this. I brought this here before the council, and I think it's important. I would suggest that we send this to the Public Safety Commission. I understand they're meeting in September, but I don't want this something to get lost in having 16 meetings of the Public Safety Commission. It goes on and on and on. I think if it goes there just one time and come back to the City Council, that would be fine. We do have a meeting in September, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Was it?
August 31st?
August, yeah. 'Cause,
Okay, then bring it to them and then bring it back to the City Council after that. And if that isn't, I'd ask for a consensus to send it to the commission. Is that?
Great idea, Dennis.
Any objections?
Nope. I would almost be curious if the Public Safety Commission maybe maybe request 2 meetings, only because
Yeah.
I think they may want to ask staff maybe for some questions that may require some
Okay,
digging.
that's fine. I just don't want it to get lost in the process.
And report back to council with that. Okay.
All right. And I think we finally navigated our way through the agenda. Move on to oral communications. Members of the audience, speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Any speakers? Got one?
Good evening, City Council members of the audience. Since I haven't addressed this topic in previous meetings, I would like to speak on it tonight. I'm a member of the Public Bank Pomona Valley Study Group. We are raising awareness of public banking, its advantages, legalities, and suitability for our community. This group shares links, stories, and thoughts about how public funds can be locally controlled and invested for our benefits. I'll go straight to the key facts. 1, it's owned by the people of the state, city, community, and nation. 2, save state and local governments millions or even billions of dollars by cutting middlemen and private shareholders, eliminating fees and financing projects at lower interest rates. 3, it's not run by politicians but qualified bankers serving a public mission. 4, provide accountability and transparency to the public for banking decisions, avoiding the risk of Wall Street speculation. And 5, lending during times of stress and crisis and healing to sustain a healthy local economy. Recently, my name has been attached to Assembly Bill AB 1177, as well as members of the community of Pomona, Claremont, and Laverne. So if you're interested to find more information, visit publicbankinginstitute.org. That is all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, move on to staff and city council reports. City manager.
Thank you. I'll make it brief. The city celebrated its 61st birthday last Saturday, and I think, although being a little different, it was definitely a welcome event given the COVID virus, and I think it was a resounding success. And no, there are no picture evidences of me going through bouncy houses with my daughter, but I may have gone through a bouncy house or two with her. In terms of SB 9, Sean always does a good job at highlighting this, making my job easier in terms of giving an update. But currently it resides in an appropriation committee, and the legislature is in recess until the 16th. And so I know the league is making a hardcore press to try to not allow SB 9 and 10 to be passed, but that's clearly bills that are not in our interest when we look at local control. I don't have a gold line update. I'd like to thank staff who have done a remarkable job over the last few months, and our new acting recreation manager who has stepped in to pick up the slack, left with a hole in that department, and our new parks director who's doing a wonderful job. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Chris, I had a SB 9 comment. Okay, so very briefly, and Sean Casares does do us a service of keeping us aware and bringing it up. I wanted to read an email that refers to a poll and a town hall that group and others had statewide that had 1,100 people last Saturday, and I think Sean was on that call. Stunning poll, 3 of 4 Californians oppose SB 9 and SB 10. This is all because it really is a full court press now, since they'll be back in session next week, taking up one bill or the other. The most divisive bills in Sacramento, SB 9 and SB 10, are opposed by 3 out of 4 Californians, according to a poll by former Obama campaign pollster David Binder. The new poll found 71% of Californians oppose SB 9 and 75% oppose SB 10. These are landslide figures. The news came on the heels of an August 7th town hall, which drew a 1,100-person crowd from across the state, working to kill the bills when legislators return on August 16. In case you don't remember, SB 9 ends single-family zoning almost everywhere, from rural villages like Angels Camp to dense LA, letting developers build market-rate projects of 6 units where 1 home stands today. SB 10 lets nearly every city council in California override CEQA and voter initiatives to let developers build 14-unit projects almost anywhere, from single-family streets in tiny Avalon to crowded San Jose. Because mainstream media is unaware of key provisions in the bill, it has fallen to community, environmental, homeowner, and social justice groups to warn the public. And I think that's important, of the alliance of all these groups that are opposing these bills, because it's hard to imagine people with good intentions are actually pushing these things. Now we urge legislators to vote no on bills opposed by 3 out of 4, every 4 Californians. SB 9 and 10 gives developers carte blanche to destroy millions of yards, gardens, and shade trees, build unbridled density in burn areas, bulldoze historic buildings, all without having to fund the needed water, evacuation routes, power, sewage lines, transit, and schools. I'll forward some links to Chris, and maybe we can give it out to the city council, but they've got a YouTube channel, Livable California, and there's a lot of great videos there, how SB 9 and SB 10 destroy South LA, it's how they destroy our urban tree canopy, et cetera, et cetera. So I won't elaborate, but it's important that people be aware of these things. And I got an email too late today. I mean, I saw it 15 minutes before it was supposed to start, but I was asked by Livable California, the board, to be at a meeting with Holden, our assembly member, and I just, I said, oh, I'll do it, but they didn't get my response in time, because I had just been out. But anyway, so, they are contacting assembly members, and we could all do the same thing. Thank you.
City Attorney?
Nothing for you tonight, Mayor Pro Tem.
And members of the City Council. Council members report on meetings attended at the expense of a local agency. Hearing none. Consider reappointments to the Equestrian Commission and Senior Citizens Commission.
Yes, reappoint Pamela Johnson and Nancy Brewster. I would move that we appoint them to the commission.
Second.
Councilmember Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Yes.
Councilmember Viana.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber.
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
And I do not have the Equestrian Commission. Was that both, or just the Senior Citizens Commission?
Uridia.
It's that same, it's on 871.
I just didn't go far enough back. That's
I know it.
Believe it or not.
I said only 800 pages.
800
That's
something.
883.
Not far enough back. I'll, must have skipped right over 870. Okay. I'll move the reappoint Cynthia Saylor and Carlos Udria.
Second.
Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Yes.
Councilmember Viana?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber?
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
Okay, a COG update. Is that you, Dennis?
The San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, the only thing I want to point out is that there's a Valley Voice in here, which is like their bulletin, and they talk about the confluence of the 57 and 60 freeways. The COG, the Council of Government, is now getting involved in doing something about that 57 and 60 freeway coming together, and they're making that a major project of the organization. And of course, the big deal is trying to get the money to do it, and they're starting to get earmarks for that project. That's it.
As a commuter on the 57 every day, I strongly support that.
Councilmember?
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think Deborah's going to point out a couple of oversights.
On the staff report regarding the reappointments, there were 2 other recommendations. The third one was to appoint a subcommittee to conduct interviews to fill 1 unscheduled vacancy on the Senior Citizen Commission. That appointment would serve 1 2-year term. And then there's a second unscheduled vacancy that would fill 2 2-year terms. So in essence, we, on the Senior Citizens Commission, we have 2 unscheduled vacancies that we would need to appoint. And currently, we have 3 applications on file. So we need a subcommittee to conduct interviews. The fourth is consideration of removal of a commissioner from public safety. And as stated in the staff report, this is due to that commissioner moving out of the area.
I would move that Dennis and the mayor or the subcommittee for the Senior Citizen Commission interviews and carry out that. And I would also include the removal of the, or vacating, I guess, of that position, and as outlined in the staff report, I think that is an attrition position as it relates to the new realignment of
That's
positions.
correct. Yes.
Yep.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Excuse me, Councilmember Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Yes.
Councilmember Viana?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Weber?
Yes.
That motion carried 4-0.
Okay, was that it for the COG?
Yes.
Perfect. City Council requests for future items, comments, and updates. Dennis?
Well, I want to say that we all attended the city birthday party, and I thought it was quite successful. Hopefully, next year there'll be more people as people are coming back to it. And I thought staff, under the circumstances, did an excellent job. And I was very happy to see all the volunteers from the Senior Commission that volunteered to serve and to man booths and everything. And so, once again, Mr. City Manager, you should be happy with your staff and what they did. I think they did a very good job. The other thing was the National Night Out, which was very interesting. On the route that we took, there were a lot of people there with signs saying thank you, and we support our police department, and I thought that was very hopeful and helpful and kind of nice to see that people out there supporting the law enforcement people. I think we all rode in the parade, I believe, every one of us, and you saw the same thing I did, and it just shows that even though police make a mistake sometimes, usually they're on the right side of the law, and they have a hard job, and I think people in San Dimas appreciates it.
Right.
Thanks. I too attended the city birthday. I thank all the staff, the Chamber of Commerce, the volunteers. It was great seeing everybody out there. I think it was a really nice event. Eric and I were handing out cupcakes, and they were going like hotcakes. People grabbing them, but I think it all worked out really well. Most people just were happy to get out of the house, and So it was great seeing all the volunteers there, the community groups that came out. I saw CERT had a tent up, the Suchi were there, and others. So good job, well done. National Night Out, it's always fun. I got to spend a extended amount of time in the back of a radio car driving around after a long day at work in the back of a cage, so that was a lot of fun. But you know, it's always keeps you grounded in terms of the job, if you will. So anyways, I think we did good with that. I think there is some things next year we can look at. I heard some feedback from some community members just with regards to the drive-through concept, and I know we're trying to do the best we can with COVID, but traffic backed up, cars had to move, stuff like that, and some people were had feedback to improve next year is the best way to put it, so we'll leave it at that. And then, gosh, I don't know if I talked about it last time, but uniquely, my day job, I had the opportunity to go, and I think I may have talked about it, but kids from San Dimas Sheriff Station from the Explorer program participated in Discover Scuba Diving program with the Sheriff's Department out of Industry Sheriff Station. And so Monique Arlette took young people from the community here, and they went through a Discover Scuba Diving course, and they went onto a boat and were taken to Catalina Island and had the opportunity to dive there. I had the opportunity to be present for that because I happened to supervise that program, and it was pretty wild to see, but a lot of these kids really had a life-changing experience, and it was really cool to see them get to participate in that, so I hope we can continue that. And lastly, there's a lot of construction going on in the community with Kiewit and the Gold Line construction. I think the city's done a pretty good job of retweeting the Gold Line updates when they come out, but it would be helpful to be able to put that information out, either if we're retweeting it or if we know the anticipated closures are coming, to put them up there, and then to be able to repost them as reminders, because I think people are seeing them and go, oh, okay, but then nothing really hits home until you actually hit that road closure or detour. The other thing is we haven't really heard from our government rep from Southern California Edison in a while, and a lot of residents were experiencing power outages over the last weekend, at least, that my phone call started ringing. So it might be helpful maybe to get some updates on what exactly is going on around town. I don't know if they're doing upgrades or some sort of improvements to assist with the Gold Line, perhaps. I don't know. But it just seems, it doesn't seem like public safety shutoff type stuff. It seems like there's actually been substantial work going on. I think Walnut had some, there was some going on San Dimas Avenue. And I think that's it. So thanks. I hope everybody has a good week.
John?
Oh, thanks. You've already heard about National Night Out and the birthday celebration, both good events. The only other additional thing I have is that given the surge, the spike, the hill, or whatever you want to call it, in COVID cases right now, and how some people are more worried now than they have been, I was wondering if there was an appetite on the City Council for a temporary, and it might only be a couple meetings, but temporary reinstatement of allowing people to phone in, not Zoom, just phone in for the oral comments. And I'll just, if nobody else wants to take that up, that's fine, but I did want to bring it up and ask by a couple people in the community about that kind of thing. So if you wanted to do that, we could put it on the next meeting's agenda, or, I don't know, just have a policy and start doing it. But
I honestly don't think it's necessary, as long as we can allow people in here I think it's better to see them personally in person and have them see us in person. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and, I'm not going to,
If they decided to close the facility again, then I could see taking up the online, but that's just my opinion.
I agree with Councilmember Bertone.
Yeah, and I think we got the extra precaution of the seating out in the lobby for anybody that feels like maybe a little too close quarters are in here in the gallery. So.
no problem. I think we should allow people to phone in, especially in light of the increase in the cases, and it's hit close to home for a few of us and people who are getting it. And but I'll respect the wishes of the council, and we will not have phone-in comments.
Well, I made it through a meeting, I think. I don't know that there's anything else for me to screw up in the waning hours of this. I do want to I know the mayor's probably watching. I want to let him know that at the birthday celebration, I will never forgive him for passing the baton off to me so that I had to sing happy birthday in front of 2,000 people.
You were off pitch too, by the way. It was pointed out to me.
I love him, but I'll never forgive him for that. But it was a great event. National Night Out was fantastic. It just also to put it out there, there's been 2 instances now, oddly enough, different mattresses in the same exact spot on San Dimas Avenue that I've reported on the My San Dimas app. And I've gotten responsiveness right away, and well, at least the one time. One of them I just reported. The other one got picked up really, really quickly. And I just want to say how fantastic the My San Dimas app is, and how really user-friendly it is for the community. A bunch of other avenues are still there for you to report these problems, but maybe it's just my generation. It's much easier just to snap a photo of it and shoot it off to the staff on the app. So, but I'm very pleased with that. So thank you.
If I could just say one more thing, this was a full and complicated agenda, and I thought the Mayor Pro Tem did an excellent job, and I want to thank him very much. Things went rather smoothly, considering all the information we had to inhale. So thank you very much. Good job. Job well done.
All right. With that, entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved.
What you're planning is dangerous. Don't you suppose I know that, Silver? You don't seem to realize what this girl means to me. Why, I'd sacrifice anything I have in the world for her. Nothing matters if I can't have her.
I think you like Haiti. Most people that...
Oh, Madeline, I'm delighted to see you. Neil, you're more than welcome. Thank you, sir. Doctor, it was very kind of you to visit man you are.
No, not at all. There's a native family live out here that I've been trying to see for a long time. After this young couple are safely married, I leave.
But surely you will stay for dinner after the ceremony.
No, I must run along.
We had something very special prepared for this occasion. It was very good of you, Madeline, to humor the whim of a lonely man. There was so little time to prepare. I couldn't do half the things I wanted to do for you.
Look, you've done more than enough already, Mr. Beaumont, for a comparative stranger. You've made us so happy, giving Neil a position in the state.
Neil? Yes, indeed. Oh, yes, of course. I'm sure Neil will make a very good agent. But you must be tired after your drive. You'll get some rest. Silver. Silver will show you to your rooms.
This way, please.